The meeting is now called to order. This is the City Council regular meeting of March 25th, 2025. The time is 4:16 p.m. And we will now have the roll called by the city clerk, Mr. Carl Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. Our first item of business is a closed session. I'm going to invite our sitting city attorney here to let us know what is in closed session tonight. I'm also going to call for those who wish to publicly comment to, if you're wishing to do so electronically, to make sure you enter the queue by raising your hand. But let me turn to the city attorney at this time. And why don't you introduce yourself to the vast viewing community so they'll know who you are, all right?
Absolutely. Hello, my name is Jennifer Farrell. I am the Assistant City Attorney for the City of Irvine. I regularly cover the Planning Commission meetings, so I am here tonight in Jeff's absence, and I am very glad to be here with you guys tonight.
We're glad to have you. Welcome.
Absolutely. And with that, I'll turn to the closed session agenda. We have 2 items on tonight's closed session agenda. One is conference with real property negotiators under Government Code Section 54956.8. That is property located at 8000 Great Park Boulevard with agency negotiators Oliver Chi, Pete Carmichael, and the negotiating parties City of Irvine, Elmquist, Dan Elmquist. And under negotiation, we have price and terms of payment. The second item tonight is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That is a workers' compensation case number ADJ17770244.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll turn to our city clerk and ask if there are any members of the public who wish to comment at this time.
There are no requests to speak, Mayor.
There being no requests to speak, at this time we'll recess to closed session, convening in closed session, and then we expect to reconvene here at 5 o'clock promptly. Thank you. The meeting come to order once again. We are reconvening the City Council meeting. The time is 5:18. At this time, I would like to turn to our city attorney to report any action taken in closed session.
We have nothing to report out of closed session.
No reportable action. That allows us then to move along to the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I'd like to turn to our council colleague, Mike Carroll. Those who are able, please stand for the pledge and remain standing after the pledge. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing if you would. Tonight's invocation will come to us in the form of a rendition of the national anthem. We have kind of broadened the definition of invocation to include musical presentations and other uplifting presentations as part of the invocation. At this time, I'd like to have everybody welcome Sydney Noel, a 19-year-old vocal soloist from Concordia University right here in Irvine, where she is studying commercial music and graphic design. Sydney has been performing since she was 3 years old. That's a pretty good start. Her resume includes performances at the Walt Disney Concert Hall and the House of Blues. Again, as part of tonight's invocation, she'll be performing the national anthem. Please, everyone, welcome Sydney.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you again for that wonderful rendition of the national anthem. We really appreciate it. At this time, we move along to presentations. This evening, we have under item 2.1 proclamation proclaiming April 13th through 19th, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Anybody wishing to comment on this matter electronically, you have to raise your hand in order to be admitted to the queue. Do we have any requests for people to be heard under item 2.1?
No request to speak, Mr. Mayor.
There being none, I think what we should be doing now is taking a vote on the proclamation. I'll move its adoption.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Been moved by me, seconded by Councilmember Carroll to proclaim April 13th to 19th, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carrie 6-0.
Having concluded that piece of work, now it's my pleasure to step down to the podium where we can conduct a little bit of a ceremony here and take some photos and give this proclamation the proper recognition. All right. So at this time, I believe I'm supposed to be inviting forward the members of our Irvine Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority who are present here. the Orange County Fire Authority Public Safety Communications Bureaus. Can you come forward? We appreciate all this uniformed personnel being here this evening. Thank you all for being here. Chief, you can join them. There we are. The Irvine Police Department and Orange County Fire Authority's dispatchers are the community's first point of contact when police, fire, and medical emergencies occur. How many of us have had occasion to call a dispatcher and be in need of a really competent, friendly voice on the other side at a moment of real trouble? These individuals are dedicated, highly trained professionals committed to being the vital link between the community and emergency services. The Irvine City Council commends public safety dispatchers for their tireless efforts on behalf of the Irvine community. But before I actually read and present the proclamation which we just adopted, I'd like to share a brief video highlighting our public safety dispatchers. Are we ready with the video? All right, you're going to have to leave it to your imagination. All right. Needless to say, we're very, very proud of the wonderful police and fire personnel who, as I say, are the competent voices on the other end of the phone at a time when you need them most. It's very, very important part of our community. Mindful of that, I think what we want to do is read the proclamation, and then we're going to invite our colleagues down. We'll take a big photograph, and we'll all be famous at that point, okay? This is a proclamation of honoring National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, April 13th to 19th, 2025. Whereas in 1994, President Clinton and United States Congress established the second week of April to be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. And whereas the public safety dispatchers of the Irvine Police Department and Orange County Fire Authority's communication bureaus are the first point of contact for the public when police, fire, and medical emergencies occur, and public safety dispatchers play a crucial role within the departments to protect our diverse and dynamic community with professionalism, integrity, and respect. And whereas these frontline first responder dispatchers are dedicated, highly trained professionals committed to being the vital link between the community and emergency services, and whereas Irvine Police and Orange County Fire Authority public safety dispatchers, through ongoing training, leveraging technological advances, and ongoing partnership with the community, will support field personnel with timely and accurate information in order to uphold the law and protect the value of life and property. And whereas the Irvine City Council commends public safety dispatchers for their tireless efforts on behalf of the Irvine community, now therefore, the City Council of the City of Irvine does hereby proclaim April 13th through 19th, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week and joins in honoring the women and men whose diligence and professionalism contribute to the safety of police and fire personnel and the community they serve. Words well chosen and well deserved. So let's give you a big round of applause. Now, I'm going to invite my colleagues down to join us for a photograph. And to whom do I present this? Right here? Would you like to say something? It's frightening, isn't it, to have to speak publicly? Anyway, we so appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Oh, yes, OCFA.
Where should we go?
It's all good.
I'll squeeze in.
That concludes item 2.1. We turn now to item 2.2. I think I just want to announce this one. This is great. The title of this item is a presentation on goat grazing for fire prevention. Goat grazing for fire prevention. This was put on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Carroll, and I'm going to turn it over to you now, Councilmember Carroll.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Agron. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to really bring this forth, this amazing, oh, looks like we have one. This one won't be moving as much as the ones outside, our live specimens that I'm sure we'll be talking about. The recent catastrophic fires in Los Angeles were a clear warning and a reminder of our need for proactive wildfire prevention strategies in Irvine. And in order to protect the many residents' life and property located near our large open spaces, we must limit the growth of brush and weeds that can fuel fires. I had the opportunity just last week to be in our southern open space in Bomber Canyon with one of the groups, one of the most fantastic organizations in Irvine, our Irvine Ranch Conservancy, who's working really hard on those efforts and working on a seedling project with the help from the state, which puts together an opportunity to create banks of native species that absorb water and that are less prone to fire and to create almost like kindling or other non-native species that really go up into flames very easily and create embers which launch with winds onto roofs, and then that's how we have the catastrophes, unfortunately, that happen with our neighbors to the north. To support our efforts in vegetation management, I have invited the SAGE Environmental Group and Alyssa and Carson Hilton with the presentation on effectiveness of a brush grazing method, which is really cool. It is state of the art and absolutely primitive at the same time. It's just one of those things that you can't possibly, look at and just feel like, oh, that's okay, or just feel sort of like, middle of the ground or negative about it. It's really one of the coolest things. And outside in our City Hall piazza, there were 2 pygmy baby goats. They were live, and they were here. We'll see a little stuffed version due to, building codes. We can't have the real guys in here. But they were out there. Please stop by and say hi if you get a chance. When you leave, they'll be out there. At this point, I really just would like to turn it over to them. And first, our former mayor and environmental champion herself. This is someone that was largely, if not completely, responsible for removing harmful pesticides in our entire green environment. We're Irvine, we're Tree City, USA. We have many, many, many acres of greenery and parks and open spaces that we protect and use substances with, and Mayor Shea was absolutely instrumental in removing the toxic versions of those treatments and removing those pesticides. And that's probably just one of the things. And when I say a true environmental champion on her tenure on this Irvine City Council, I had the honor to sit with her for a few years, and she really was just that. Another one of those projects was this project, and we're talking about goats. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to our former mayor, Christina Shea, to introduce our presentation. Mayor?
Welcome.
Thank you so much. What a privilege it is for me to be here tonight. Mayor, so nice to see you, and council members. And thank you, Mike Carroll, city council member, for bringing this forward again as a presentation. And right over here next to me, this is Sugar. And I was given Sugar maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and she lives in my house now. She doesn't say a whole lot, but she's cute, right? But I just want to say, in 2017, I brought forward, as you mentioned, Councilmember Carroll, the whole idea of the non-toxic pesticide program. And it was wonderful because we started moving out all Roundup, all the toxic sprays, and we started spraying our parks, our open space, and our green belts with organic sprays. And then we ended up implementing a goat program, which was wonderful because so many of the students in the schools would come up in Bomber Canyon and other areas in our open space, because we're surrounded by so much open space, to make sure that we were able to, have the goats. They eat down I think they start in spring, if that's correct, and then they eat down the weeds and all the, the brush, and it really protects our community in a safe and environmental way from fires that could be breaking out. So we haven't had too many, which we've had a few, but not too many in our direct open space. So with that, I would like to introduce Elisa and Sugar, and she will give you the presentation tonight. And thank you so much for considering this program, hopefully in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you've done.
I just have to say, I am an admirer of Mayor Shea and her many, many years of tireless dedication to open space preservation and forward-looking approaches. The IPM program that she put together was really novel and expertly done, so thank you. So one of our aspects is we do goat grazing, and how we started it is we've been an environmental company for about 30 years, and I too got tired of spraying a lot of herbicide in wildlands again and again and again. I actually have an all-terrain vehicle that has a spray rig on it for 50 gallons of spraying with a boom sprayer, and I can do that. And I began to think, well, maybe there is another way, an additional way to address the noxious weeds in these large open space areas, and it happens to be these little goats, which are hungry all the time, fortunately. So this is how do I advance there we go. Okay, so what goats do is they browse on plants, and they reduce the amount of volume of plants from the black mustard can get 10 feet tall. We call it goat crack. They absolutely love to eat it. It's their favorite food, and they run after it, and they reduce it down to about 4 inches. They don't create any erosion, and they're very light on the land. Over time, instead of being fields of that beautiful yellow mustard, which is highly flammable when it dries out in the fall, it's these tall dead stalks that create air pockets in between, so it's a very hot, fast fire. They reduce it down to about 4 inches, which is a much slower moving and less hot temperature fire. So not only does it reduce the biomass, it also reduces the fire risk for, let's say there is a fire, of it actually getting out of control and the embers going for miles, because there isn't really that much biomass involved. Next slide, please. So who we work for is municipalities, cities, counties, fire departments. We also work for HOAs. This is Anaheim Fire. Maybe go back one. So this is the vegetation management for Anaheim Fire. And you can see how the officer down in the lower right corner is looking at the tree. What the goats do is they also create a vertical separation, which separates the fuel on the ground from the fuel on the trees. So instead of a fire running like up the canyon, grasses, burning a tree, and it's windy and the embers fly, they create a 4 to 6 foot separation so that the fire can run through under the trees and perhaps not ignite the tree or ignite it with less intensity because they have that vertical separation. And that's one of the standards that OCFA requires also. And goats do that naturally. You can see in both of these slides how there is that vertical separation, and there's a goat actually getting up there in that vegetation. Next slide, please. So this is emphasizing, this is Captain Fennessy, Fire Chief Fennessy from OCFA, talking about how it's important to create a space around residences that's a buffer, a fuel modification zone. So we set a low impediment electric fence, and that's where the goats graze. So we can tell the goats where to go, and it's a very controlled situation. So we can go around homes on the periphery of valleys and hills and really put them where the fire department wants them. And we actively coordinate with the city or the fire department to really target the areas that need it badly. Next slide, please. So this is, some of you may recognize this. This is above, can we go, back to this slide. This is Laguna Sur at the border of Laguna Niguel and Laguna Beach. Very, very steep area. To get humans out here on these slopes is pretty treacherous. We actually had to have our crew use ropes to rappel down to set the electrified fence. But to get hand crews out here to do basically, you can see how it's all brown underneath the hills. The goats ate all that, and they really reduced the vegetation there, creating that break in a really steep canyon area, which is really difficult to do with human power. So that was, and you can also see how they don't eat everything. That's one of the myths about goats. Goats like Eurasian plants. They like the invasive plants that we have here, and they don't like coastal sage scrub. They don't like sagebush. So they selectively can go around. So we monitor that to make sure we don't have overgrazing. We can move our fences or move our animals off at any time when we feel that they're done. So we really don't get the dusty soils that overgrazing can create or the destruction of native habitat. They are target eaters, which is really fascinating. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is another one of work that they've done. You can see how clean this area is. We recommend at least 2 cycles of grazing to really get an effective habitat change. You can see in the yellow flowers, that's the mustard, how they're eating that down. So 2 consecutive seasons of grazing, instead of getting that really tall mustard, what you'll normally get is a lower growing grass, like a barley grass or some kind of a brome that is 2 feet tall versus this very tall grass. And so it really, instead of going out and trying to mow it year after year and really battling this black mustard, which actually pulls arsenic from the air and puts it in the ground. It's interesting that it's allelopathic. It poisons the ground so that other plants have a hard time growing in it. They can grow in arsenic soils, but a lot of other plants can't. So that's why you get that really monotypic, large areas of the mustard. So the goats actually can break that cycle. Next slide, please. Here's some other work, some physical handwork that gets done on these slopes, and you can kind of see how difficult this terrain is when we have to get in and get people in there doing that. It can be hazardous and quite time-consuming work. This is acacia. Goats don't like acacia, for example. They won't eat it, unfortunately. Next slide, please. Here's some of the things they love. Artichoke thistle, which I don't know if any of you have experienced that, but the thorns are about this big, and it doesn't seem to bother them. They like it. There's the black mustard, ripgut brome, which is kind of like a sawgrass almost, wild oats, and then the wild radish, which is considered an invasive in native environments. Next slide, please. This is a good example of, excuse me, what grazed versus mowing is. You can see how it's a different treatment. It really creates a targeted removal where they're avoiding the native species. Next slide. This is actually Bomber Canyon. Excuse me, does someone have some water? Sorry. Thank you. This is Bomber Canyon. So we're looking at pre-graze, which was monotypic mustard, and then post-grazing. Thank you. I'm sorry. Second year, that is native croton that's actually growing in an area that was exclusively non-native mustard before. So that's a really good example of the habitat conversion that can occur with proper grazing. Next slide, please. There's a lot of support for this holistic practices now. There's a U.S. Assembly bill. There's a state bill also that's promoting grazing for wildland management and fire control. It's a very, very powerful tool in the right hands. These animals can get an awful lot done and in a way that is non-toxic. It also promotes soil health. The little hooves massage the soil. It breaks up the thatch and incorporates that into the topsoil. So it actually helps restore the topsoil by massaging in organic matter. And then you also have the goat poop, which does not, a lot of people think, oh, well, you're just spreading the seed through the goat poop, but it actually doesn't. It goes through 4 different stomachs. So by the time it comes out, the seed is not really a viable seed. So it's a really powerful tool on a lot of levels, on the biology level, on the holistic level, on the lack of chemical level. Next slide, please. So we very much support the Irvines. The citizenry of Irvine is alert, sensitive, smart, and really looking for good forward-looking solutions. this is a looking back and a looking forward solution, and it's something that really makes a whole lot of sense, and we certainly support your efforts in finding these innovative solutions. And thank you for having us here today.
Thank you. Did you have something further, Mike?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. No, I would just say thank you very much, Sage. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Mayor Shea, and for bringing these amazing animals. And if anybody wants to see them, they're still out there. And I hope that we as a city and the city council will be helpful in moving in this direction. This is like you said, it's far better than anyone here could in terms of your advocacy and the environmental impact. It really is a 360-degree amazing project that is absolutely like, bleeding edge with the technology of the fence, right? That's not harmful, but then keeps them, while at the same time is amazingly, a primitive act of grazing. And I can just tell you, just from our family, and I know my neighbors, and because you were out there in the Bomber Canyon open space, we had hundreds and hundreds of neighbors. Our activity on that open space was just literally skyrocketed during those periods, so that in addition to getting exercise and taking in some great, amazing, breathtaking open space, they also got to monitor your project and watch everything happening with these goats in the pen. So it was truly amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, too.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. I assume this is a receive and file at this point, but two things. One, I think we ought to take a round of questions or comments that council members may have. Also, we have to allow an opportunity for the public to comment. I'd like to just start it off on this round. What do you have in mind for the deployment of goats here in Irvine going forward? Are we talking about a small number? Are we talking about large herds to be determined? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I confess I don't really have the answer to that. I know that it was a very successful project that ran for a period of time in Bomber Canyon, and really the goal was to bring this forward to us as a city council to get shine a light on it as far as from a public perspective, and see, I guess, work with partners to see what we can do and at what level. And I think this is something that hasn't really been focused on in our northern open space. So I think there's an opportunity to maybe see if there's pockets or areas, and of course working with our partners and our division chief and Orange County Fire Authority to see where those places might be. But I would defer to the experts. I just wanted to bring these folks forward given everything that was happening. It was a wonderful opportunity to get the mayor, former Mayor Shea out here and the group that did it last time.
So if the action taken were to receive and file, it would be with the understanding that staff would explore the possibilities for deployments of goats from one end of the city to the other. All right. With that, Councilmember Treseder requests to be heard.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my appreciation for Mayor Shea's goats. They are very sound ecologically in terms of how they restore ecosystems. As the presenter mentioned, they go after the black mustard. Black mustard is terrible for our native plants and wildlife. She mentioned the black mustard actually poisons the native plants. Also, it poisons the beneficial microbes in the soil that the coastal sage scrub require. And they also are not a great habitat for birds or other wildlife. So having the goats come in, removing that makes a huge difference. And if we don't have the goats, we have to bring in people. That costs a lot of money. We're not as efficient as the goats, and then you have to pay for our retirement. You don't have to pay for the goats' retirement. So I think this is a great program. I was just wondering, is it continuing right now, or is it halted? I guess I...
Right now, I think there are no goats deployed at this moment. Is that correct?
There
All
are
right.
no goats deployed in Irvine at this moment, but based on the conversation, the presentation tonight, the city staff has worked with Sage Environmental in the past, and I think the direction has been received loud and clear. Get back in touch with Sage Environmental, develop a deployment plan, and we'll make sure to keep the council and community informed as to next steps moving ahead.
Okay,
Excellent.
yeah, I just want to say that I am pro-goat. So we'll do it.
Okay, there we are. All right, at this time, we'll see if there are any members of the public who wish to be heard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mayor. We have one request to speak from Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, I was hoping to speak on public comments. I thought you guys already did the speaking for presentations.
No, we're not done with that, so just hold on. We'll be to public comment shortly, all right?
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Again, this is receive and file with the understanding that staff's going to be looking into it. Thank you very much for the presentation. That takes us to the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Chi, do we have a report this evening?
Certainly have a brief report, but I think we have public comments initially before we get to the city manager's report.
Oh, yes. Well, you know what? Since I'm talking with you right now, just give your brief city manager's report.
Certainly, Mayor Ager, members of the council, just a quick report to share with the council and the community. We are making terrific progress on the development of the city's first gym facility. If you recall, back in August of 2024, the City Council authorized the acquisition of a 7.3-acre site located at the corner of Red Hill and McGaw, on which a 112,000 square foot gym facility located in the city's IBC District 6 area would be constructed. Note, it would be the city's very first gym facility in all of Irvine. We're fabulously excited that it's moving forward. Since the council approval, we've been working with the developer to update our plans and specs, get all the necessary permits. I'm happy to be able to share. We're looking to break ground here in the next couple of weeks in mid to late April. We'll certainly be sharing more details with the community and the council relating to a groundbreaking event coming shortly. The facility, once constructed, will be one of the premier gym facilities in the region. We're looking to locate 10 dedicated all-purpose courts, 10 dedicated badminton courts. There'll be food service and space for all manner of gym recreational activities. Our team in community service has been doing outreach to various segments of the sports community, including our badminton community, the basketball community, the gymnastics community. We've talked to table tennis, indoor pickleball, volleyball, futsal, and handball teams, all of which would be users within the new facility we're looking to establish. Once we start construction in April, we do expect the building to be complete by the end of 2025, with the facility ready to use in the first half of 2026. We'll have more details to share on this in the coming months, but we're really excited to be able to deliver this initial amenity for Irvine, the first gym facility that we'll have been able to establish, a longstanding goal of the community. All of that starts here in a couple of weeks. With that, Mayor, I don't have anything further to report.
Thank you very much for that brief but truly exciting report. We're going to look forward to further reports as the project materializes. Thank you. With that, we'll go back to public comments for non-agendized items. This is the opportunity for the public to be heard on non-agendized items. In other words, items not appearing on the printed agenda. And it's an opportunity for the public to comment on anything they wish that's within the jurisdiction of the City Council, the subject matter jurisdiction. Comments, criticisms, this is your open forum. With that, we will adjust the time. We want to limit the time to basically a half hour for non-agendized public comments. Based on how many requests do we have, Mr. Peterson, to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 18 requests to speak.
18. So let's limit each person to 90 seconds. That will allow us to get them all in. And anybody who wishes to join and add a further public comment, I guess can do so electronically if they wish, or in person here. But let me know if there are more coming in, because we do want to see if we can get all this squeezed into a half hour. With that, would you call the commenters in order that they requested to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Darren Parker, Mary Frower, E-Planet Thunderstriker, and Alan Meyerson. And we'll start with Susan Sayer.
Welcome, Ms. Sayer.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susan Sayer, and I'm an Irvine resident. I have not been an enthusiastic supporter of the OCPA due to the corruption and lack of transparency from OCPA's beginning. However, honesty and ethical standards and public transparency and the need to protect the Earth's environment are of great concern to me. I have an ethical and legal issue of concern. As I recall, our City Council voicing concerns about OCPA voted to give notice of intent to withdraw from the OCPA. However, it's been reported that City Manager Oliver Chi has hired a consultant, presumably at Irvine's expense, to create documents that serve to assist him with providing presentations designed to encourage OCPA member cities to withdraw from the OCPA. His presentations reportedly stated that after the dissolution of the OCPA, $374.8 million would be distributed to member cities. Allegedly, he failed to mention that before distributing the money, a large debt would have to be paid off. If these allegations are true, this brings up a couple of questions. First, under whose direction has Oliver Chi taken these actions? I attend City Council meetings, and I do not recall Mr. Chi being given the direction and authority to pursue the dissolution of the OCPA by lobbying for other cities to withdraw their membership.
Thank you for your comments. You had 90 seconds. Thank you.
Darren Parker.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Darren Parker. I am an Irvine resident, and I'm here to voice my support for the current dog park plan under the Oak Creek Improvement Project. This is a plan that is ready to go, right? It was to be bidded out in January, and all of a sudden it's delayed for some unknown bureaucratic reason. There's tremendous support for this dog park plan. We need the new dog park. It's in the right location. It's a very centralized location. It's a properly vetted location. All the neighborhoods around, for the most part, have support, and they want this dog park to be built. It's time. There's no reason, despite some bureaucratic nonsense, that we can't have this thing bidded out and built, and you can do the ribbon cutting this summer. It'll be beautiful. You can have a photo op, the whole dog and pony show. You will love it. Let's make it happen.
Let me just say we have some city staff here, since you've brought what looks like a veritable army of support with you. It might be useful. It might be useful if a member of our staff were to confer with you and the others, maybe just outside the council chambers, and maybe you can be brought up to speed at that point, okay?
Very good.
So hang on, Oliver. We have somebody? Excellent. Okay. We're cutting the bureaucratic tape right now. All right. Go ahead.
Mary Frower.
There's our city staff up at the top. So just hang on, all right? Welcome.
Great, thank you. I'm Mary Fruhar, and I was going to talk about the dog park, but now I'll talk about something else related to the dog park, which is related to the sudden and new change that we had with the parking in the dog park as it is. We came to find that the recycling place had suddenly blocked off one entrance, and instead of it going in a circle as it had been, which wasn't the best because for some reason recyclers, of which I consider myself one, could not figure out that they shouldn't be blocking our entrance to it. They just decided to block it so that we had to go in and out the same entrance, and that's extremely dangerous at this point. We do not have enough room in there. There's not enough room for parking as it is, but there's not enough room for us to be coming in and going out the same way, especially since with their dangerous hazardous waste, they often have it blocked on one lane. So you have people coming in, the only in and out exit we have. At the same time, people are coming around a corner and can't see, and it's blocked. They can now suddenly afford, whereas before they couldn't afford to have one person at this entrance to keep it from being blocked. They suddenly have two people that they're paying.
Thank you. Your time is up.
It seems to me you ought to kind of stick with the group tonight, and let's see if we can address that too. All right.
E-Planet Thunderstriker, and if I could also call forward Thomas Renner, Jody Benal, Wing Chow, Mina Chow, and Viet Lee.
Welcome.
I'm E-Planet Thunderstriker. The previous council is guilty of mispresentation of felony, obstruction of justice, violation of the California Public Records Act, official misconduct, and deprivation of rights under color of law from the oral comments and the documents I submitted on July 23rd and September 10th. Some of those things were related to the music industry. Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, Lorde, and an unknown artist, Elena Cohen. I made public comments and submitted items that clearly anyone in this council could know that it's not a figment of my imagination. So it's basically my situation is why Taylor Swift transitioned from country to pop. But I'm also dealing with no direct conflict warfare with music as cultural influence. You guys know when China gives drugs to the cartels in Mexico, that's a form of no direct conflict warfare. Well, when we started with the hippies, back when our society was a society that didn't lock its doors, we now have, well, what we have now. So what the music industry is they're guilty of cultural manipulation. I'm going to be speaking about the bond issue because that is probably here because of my situation related to the music industry is why there's a music school involved. I'm going to speak about the mayor and Tresser's agenda items because they were here on the council where they did not do anything. And it's not just them. Conspiracy and racketeering are also involved, but that's not evident at face value. At face value, people are going to be sitting at home while you guys are doing nothing.
Thank you for sharing your views with us tonight.
Thomas Renner.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Renner, and I'm an Irvine resident and an avid dog lover. I have 2 dogs, and I'm just here to support the dog park transition to the new area. And I've been waiting since I've literally lived in Irvine for this change to happen. So we're all in support. We're all here tonight. All my friends are here to say, let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Jody Benal.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. So I appreciate your listening to me and taking the time to listen. I've been a resident of Irvine next month, 40 years. Well, in the past 15 years, I've been having trouble with waste management, and I would call the city for assistance with them because it takes more than one phone call for them to come and pick up whatever it is that they need to pick up since we have 3 buckets now. And it's not just my residents. There's 14 units on our street or cul-de-sac, and they miss the whole cul-de-sac, or sometimes they just miss somebody's house. I don't know how they do that, but I'll call and I'll call and I'll call. Sometimes it goes till into the next week, and that's what happened a couple of weeks ago. She even asked me, could we wait till the following week instead of sending somebody, which our cul-de-sac is not even a half a mile from their yard. But besides that, it's difficult to get any concrete and positive customer service out of Public Works, community service such as in the reservations, Lakeview
Thank you.
Senior
Your time is
Center,
up.
Disability, and Irvine Connects. Thank you.
Let me just suggest that you have what sounds like a number of concerns and complaints, and I think we'd like to get your name and see if we can be of assistance. So the city manager will see to it that somebody speaks with you this evening.
Thank you.
And we'll move from there, all right?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wing Chow.
Welcome.
Good evening, honorable council members, ladies and gentlemen, Irvine residents. My name is Wing Chow. I live in Irvine for exactly 40 years this year. I want to comment on 3 areas. First, on Mayor Ingram's speech 2 weeks ago. I want to compliment him for a speech well done. It was a marvelous speech. We enjoyed it. Not only so, for the work he has accomplished for the city of Irvine under his leadership. After his speech, along with applauding him, inside I want to jump up and shout, "Long live Mayor Ingram for a job well done."
Thank you.
Second, I want to compliment on the food service at Lakeview Senior Center. Since I spoke 2 weeks ago, it has improved, but I still look forward to the day that we can cook the food in the house with warm food. Thirdly, I want to thank the city of Irvine for allowing my wife's art exhibition, displaying 43 of her art exhibition from December the 13th to March the 21st. It ended last Friday. She's going to speak next.
Thank you.
Mina Chow.
Welcome.
Mayor and council members.
No, closer.
Okay.
Louder.
Mayor, council member, and Irvine residents. My name is Mina Chow, and like my husband said, I had an art exhibition in the City Hall, 43 pieces, exhibits for 3 months. In the opening reception, Mayor gave a speech about the vision for art in the city of Irvine. Not only the children in the elementary school, junior high school, college, but also with the adults. He wanted to promote art all over the city. I get benefited because I learned my Chinese traditional art in the city senior center. Prior to the pandemic 3 years, and I've accumulated some of the art so to be able to display in the city hall. And still tonight, it's still on. It's supposed to end Friday. But I want to use this opportunity to thank
Thank you.
the
Your time is
city
up.
and the mayor.
It's all right. She's going to make a presentation. Go ahead.
And the mayor to promote art, not only fine art, and also performing art. And like last council meeting, mayor said We want to make the city the safest, the green city, and the smartest city,
And
the
kindest.
kind city. And I want to add more and more to make the city cultural city.
All right.
Pray.
Listen, I understand from your husband, you're going to make a presentation right now
Yes,
of one of your paintings. I just want to say a couple of things. One, your artwork is wonderful. It was an honor to have it displayed in City Hall. If people want to take a look on the way out, floors number 1, 2, and 3, your wonderful paintings are there. I understand you're going to present one that would be permanently displayed here.
Yes.
And I also understand you want to do photographs, so we're kind of deviating from the rules. I'll jump down right away, and you got to make a real fast presentation and a photo, and then we're done, okay?
Okay, I want to present this.
Okay.
He's coming down.
I just want to explain that the calligraphy, it is the nation's beautiful flower with heavenly fragrance. Thank you.
Thank you, and you know that your artistic talents have been expressed here in Irvine, something you were able to do later in your life. It's a wonderful tribute to what goes on in Irvine, our senior center, and elsewhere. Thank you so much, Minna. Thank you. All right. Next.
Viet Lee, and if I could also call forward Jason Garshfield, Crit V, Audrey V, Akshay B, and Nancy Solomon.
Welcome.
Members, yes. Members of the City Council, I understand if the request is somewhat outside of the remit of the City Council. Nevertheless, I wanted to give voice to it. I suppose the question is whether or not your rights exist if they cannot be exercised. It's the general perspective of the Asian American community in Irvine that if you are high achieving, if you are intelligent, if you are successful, then that is going to be a protective phalanx against the excesses of wider society. So in this case, I want to bring the case of Columbia student Chung Young Seo. She is 21-year-old Columbia student, valedictorian of her high school, and she is now being targeted for deportation by the administration for simply being at a protest. Now, I want to cite text from the 14th Amendment, which states that the state cannot deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. Now, Chung Young-seo and Mamui Khalil have not been charged with anything, which is in violation of not even foundational text within the U.S. Constitution, but within the Magna Carta itself. I don't know what the City Council can do, but I guess hopefully something
Thank you.
can
Your
be
time
done
is
to
done.
define the Republic.
Thank you for underscoring that matter. A number of us are following that case very closely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Garshfield.
2 weeks ago, at the State of the City address, a group of agitators stood up and disrupted Mayor Agron's speech. Mr. Mayor, you called for the police to remove them, and afterwards you said, "We celebrate the right of free speech in this city. At the same time, we know that there are appropriate time, place, and manner rules that help us live together as a civilized society." I agree with that statement, and I wish you would extend the same courtesy to me and to other residents of this city last year when we came to speak and were shouted down by hateful masked agitators. These agitators should have been removed, as the people who interrupted you were. It's true that Farrah Khan was the mayor at that time, but you've repeatedly praised her handling of the issue in question, including saying at your last State of the City address that she did an outstanding job. On October 14th of last year, in fact, Mr. Mayor, you signed on to a letter written by Mayor Khan calling for charges to be dropped against protesters who trespassed and resisted arrest at UCI. Why didn't reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions apply to them? Furthermore, last March, you opposed an agenda item that would have set up a buffer zone limiting protests outside private residences, again on the grounds of free speech, despite the fact that the Supreme Court has upheld buffer zones, including for abortion clinics, as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. This leaves a perceptive observer with no other conclusion to reach than that you are applying an inconsistent definition of free speech as it suits your political agenda, which does not accord with your stated goal to make Irvine the safest and kindest city in America.
Thank you for your comments.
Crit V.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Crit Van Tile. I'm here with a bunch of my friends. And I do want to say this, that 25 years ago, Central Park opened. Central Park, for its time, was ahead of its time. It was put back in an industrial area, but it showed a lot of other cities that what could be done. This is our opportunity, the current Oak Creek Community Park Improvement Program, a project, to stride forward into the light and again lead our fellow cities in Orange County, and even for that matter, the single largest growing segment of public parks in the United States and Canada is dog parks. This is an opportunity to have a plan that has a jewel to show how it can be done. Not back in an industrial area, but a beautiful park designed by Kathleen Hatton, and many comment sessions with the public on multiple occasions to get ideas of what could be done and should be done. We've gathered all sorts of information from other cities like Chicago, which has some award-winning dog parks. Again, this is our opportunity to be out front and show what can be done, and then we will have, instead of a few new people who are opposed to the dog park, we'll have communities asking for it. The ability to have an amenity built in or near your community that adds value to your home at the cost of the city is a good deal. Take it. So this is a great opportunity to strive forward, to move forward, and when you weigh the pros and cons, it's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your comments. Welcome.
Audrey?
Hi, I'm Audrey, his wife, actually. He could have my time, really. I'm here to support the Orange Tree or Oak Creek Dog Park improvement that has already been approved. I don't know why we're still delaying it. It's been actually approved and ready to go for 8 years. It started 8 years ago. I heard him talk about a gym that was approved last year and is already starting. Why aren't we breaking ground? Why aren't we getting things done? There's no reason for this delay over a few people in the community I live in, Orange Tree, not wanting the dog park. I live there. I want it. It's literally, I could throw a stone and hit it. I want it there. And many of the people in there want it there. You haven't talked to everyone, and you can't make a decision based on 5 or 6 people that are mad about it. That's it. I'm good.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your views.
Akshay B.
Hi there. Thank you for
Welcome.
allowing me a chance to speak. My name is Akshay, and I just want to speak about the Oak Creek Community Park Improvement Project. I fully support the current plan, and 8 years is too long for it to get done. I want to speak specifically about this plan because I am one of the residents of Oak Creek. I live in the Kenwood community that is on the corner of Alton and Valley Oak, so this park impacts me directly. Right now, it's a 35-minute walk for me to go to the current Central Park. 35 minutes each way, not to mention the time there. So it's very unfeasible for me to walk there. So I drive there. There are many people like me that do that. If this park was moved to right near my community, I would walk there. And not only would I walk there, I would be able to bring my child with me. I have a 3-year-old. So I think by moving the dog park closer to where people live, it would be a great improvement to the city, reduce the amount of cars on the road, and allow an amenity for other people to use more often than having to walk to an industrial area. So again, it would allow me an opportunity to go with my family, go allow my kids to play in the park and my dogs to play in the park, and it would be a great family activity that would add to the city of Irvine. And so I just wanted to give an example of how it would benefit one person personally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nancy Solomon.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Solomon. I just moved down here from Seattle last year by way of Brooklyn. And the first thing I did was take my new puppy to the dog park. And what I discovered was the dog park really isn't just for the dogs. It's for the humans. It's for the people. You know that nobody has their phone out there. We're talking to each other. We're having conversations. We're learning about meetings such as these. And I, who have been in the DEI space for 36 years, need a place to get away from the current politics. Right? It's like a politics, I got an audience, a politics-free zone. So I'm just here to say it's good for our hearts, it's good for our nervous system, it's good for community relations, and it's good for the dogs. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, while this is not an agenda item tonight, we of course can't do anything about this matter tonight. But I have no doubt this will be a matter of discussion tomorrow morning at City Hall with our staff and others. So thank you for being here. Shall we take further comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have one individual who has a video that's here in person, so if I may transition over to Zoom, and then we'll come back to that.
Excellent.
That person. Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agrin. I agree with Jason Garfield that it appears that Mayor Agrin's position on protecting free speech has changed from when he was a council member to when he became mayor. It looked like he agreed with censoring my free speech last meeting and also violating my due process rights. The city permits more protections to the public than the Brown Act, permitting public participation at all council meetings by Zoom and public comments on all agendas, including special agenda items. On February 25th, there was a video glitch. City Council went to recess for 20 minutes to fix the video glitch. On March 11th, there was a Zoom problem with audio. Zoom problems are foreseeable. The city permits Zoom participation. Rather than fixing the Zoom issue during the council meeting to ensure that public comments would be allowed, and over the advice of Jeff Melching saying that it was a problem that the audio was not working, Larry Agrin permitted the city to censor my speech and permitted the city to violate my due process rights. I direct everybody to read Roberto Santana's article in the Voice of Orange County on March 17th. The state is considering making public participation remotely the law, and this city does not have any provisions for how it handles glitches with public participation by remote
Thank you. Your time is up.
Next.
Our next speaker is Matthew Mata. Matthew, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Matthew. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I heard a lot of talk about dogs, dog parks. I'm not really sure what's going on with that, but I have my own experience to share. On the second, my dog was killed in our own bed. I live on the other side of the community park, and every single night there is a chance that you look at the wall, you'll see a trail. And this isn't just local to this place, to this park. It is even in the gated community next door, Harvard Square. There's coyotes in that park as well. You know, I don't know where they're coming from. They could be coming from Tustin, but as we all know, the Irvine company has a lot of stake in both. So this is an issue that should be addressed. These attacks are only escalating, and they're not for survival. My dog's body was untouched.
Thank you. Your
aside
time is
from,
up.
You know,
Let me, we missed some of the first part of your comment. It was cutting out a bit. So let me suggest we get the gentleman's name and number, and that we have somebody from staff be in touch with him, all right? Thank you. Thank you for sharing your comments tonight.
Our next speaker is Walter. Walter, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City staff. My name is Walter Abriga. I'm going to point out the continuing Orange County Power Authority misinformation program. Unlike pie-in-the-sky fantasies of 100% renewable energy, I do my homework and only present facts. The last 18 years of my career before retiring, I was an operations manager who oversaw a very profitable company. Our company never did business with any vendor that tried to mislead us with false information. Yet, the OCPA has done it for several years right from their boardroom, and they then is restated by the affiliates at the Climate Action Campaign. In 2024 and this year, 2025, they have repeated the lie so often, they hope that it will become a truth in the public's mind. Check this screenshot of the last meeting and you will see the 3% discount lie again. The illustration, this illusion of truth, that the basic choice is 3% discount to SCE's equivalent generation rate, is a lie that they hope everyone will swallow. In actuality, OCPA's basic choice generation rate is 9% higher than SCE's generation rate. Check the joint rate comparison I emailed the council. Also, what is OCPA not telling the public? The council members on the OCPA board should inquire how much energy
Thank you. Your time is up.
Alpine's natural gas power plants versus the Geyser geothermal plants.
Thank you.
Alpine.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, that puts us right at 30 minutes. We have one individual in person, as I mentioned earlier, that does have a video. We have two more that popped in just a little bit late into Zoom. One has a video of those two.
We'll accept no more, but let's go through those three then, all right?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dylan Slayton. Dylan, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm here to emphasize Irvine's need to stop delaying the implementation of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, CAP for short.
That item,
Mr.
Go ahead.
Dylan?
Go ahead.
I think you're speaking on an agendized item. That's item 5.7. For tonight, we're under general public comments, non-agendized items.
My apologies, I'll wait.
Thank you. Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, I'm going to speak instead of my video. This is Dee Fox. In 2021, Western Community Energy filed for Chapter 9 bankruptcy protection. WCE failed because of its lack of financial resources to continue serving its customers. Much like the Orange County Power Authority, WCE was faced with buying energy in the market on the spot because of its lack of securing long-term power contracts. And much like the OCPA, it came at a time when prices ran high because of the demand for renewable energy. As OCPA dips into its reserves, it is only a matter of time before it declares itself insolvent. When this happens, and the OCPA is unable to pay Southern California Edison to take back its customers, the SCE will have no choice but to charge OCPA ratepayers directly for these costs. And this could also mean that the Irvine ratepayers will lose their investment into this risky agency. We need not wait until this happens, especially since we already know from OCPA's CEO that OCPA is in financial trouble because of their lack of securing long-term power contracts and now have to rely on their reserves. How long can the OCPA survive before it goes completely broke? And just to let people know how the OCPA lacks transparency, ratepayers are required to give OCPA a 6-month notice before they want to switch back to SCE. OCPA neglects to tell the ratepayers that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and we'll finish with Alan Meyerson.
Welcome, Mr. Meyerson.
Good evening, council members. Go ahead and play the video, please. Pay attention to the right of your screen. This is during the mayor's State of the City address. Pay attention to the council members on the right.
I'm told by City Manager Chi that we can expect to see additional Irvine Connect routes implemented this summer and fall.
As you can see, everybody was paying attention except Councilmember Treseder, who I watched the entire speech on her phone. It's a shame that in the past, when people criticize you, you think you're being abused, while your passive-aggressive behavior towards the mayor and the mayor's office was on display for everyone to watch. It's a shame that you have such disregard for the people of the city that voted for the mayor, not even willing to listen to what he was saying, even if you didn't agree with what he was saying, but to pretend, at least pretend, that you were paying attention. I just have a real difficult time with this type of thing. I'm pretty sure you knew about the protest also. The mayor did give the people a chance to protest, but he wasn't going to let him go on forever because he had a speech to give for the people, the person that spoke earlier. So disgraceful, Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Your time is up.
A speech like that was interrupted by cult members.
Thank you for sharing your views with us.
And that is all, Mayor.
All right, that concludes the public comments for non-agendized items, allowing us to move to announcements, committee reports, and council reports. Do my colleagues have any announcements, committee reports, or city council reports to make at this time? I see Councilmember Liu request to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a few things to say today, to announce today. Today, the city of Irvine presented a certificate making April 2nd as Autism Awareness Day. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing that to happen. An initiative dedicated to raising awareness and acceptance and foster understanding of autism spectrum to create this inclusive environment so all Irvine residents will have the opportunity to thrive. And I'm also thrilled to share that my team and I recently hosted a fantastic women's health and wellness event, bringing together local and county organizations dedicated to promoting women's health and wellness. A big thank you to Assemblywoman Kari Petri-Norris, Councilmember Go, all the participating organizations, and to Yoga 6 and Rumble Boxing for helping make this event a success. Next, in celebration of our Earth Heroes in Action, I'm happy to share that we have already received several art submissions for our environmental art contest in collaboration with Cool Irvine. I'd like to remind Irvine families with students in grades K through 6 that they can still participate. Artworks can be dropped off at Irvine City Hall by April 11th, 2025. Please check out our social media for more detail. And this month, my team and I had the privilege of visiting the OC Fire Authority open house. A huge thank you to Chief Nick Freeman for the amazing tour. And we're able to actually visit the call center, and that was why we wanted to include the call center staff to be recognized today. And lastly, I'm excited to announce our office is in partnership with South Coast Chinese Culture Center and Pretend City to host a kids art contest. This contest is open to all Irvine families from 1st through 12th grade. The winning artwork will be displayed on the walls of my office, and the deadline is April 30th. And you can submit artwork to City Hall, South Coast Chinese Culture Center, or Pretend City. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Go.
Good evening, everyone. Happy spring day, start of spring. Hopefully everyone's having enjoying the nice new weather now. Last Wednesday marked my first 100 days in office, proud to represent the residents of Irvine in District 2. My team and I have been hard at work delivering results and serving the community. In the last 100 days, we have hosted 2 district events, resolved 12 constituent requests, presented 35 certificates of recognition and proclamations. I also currently serve on numerous other boards representing the city of Irvine. Next slide, please. In OCPA last week, we met as a board to refine our strategic plan and setting priorities to guide the agency through 2025 and 2026. I'm advocating for the board to establish affordability programs that provide grants as well as loans for our city residents and businesses to install solar and battery storage infrastructure. I'm also advocating for investing in new infrastructure at the Great Park that will generate a significant amount of local renewable energy. Next slide, please. I'm also on the Irvine Barclay Theater Operating Company Board. Vice Mayor Minor attended our first board meeting at the Irvine Barclay Theater, where we reviewed programming, marketing, and finances for the 25 and 26 season. I encourage everyone to visit their website and attend upcoming shows at thebarclay.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report. Council Member and Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If we could, I'd like to pull up the graphic there about Eggapalooza. We'd like you to join us in celebrating the spring season at Eggapalooza on Saturday, April 5th from 1 to 5 p.m. at William Willett Aquatic Center. Children and families can enjoy splash time, egg hunt stations, face painting, spring crafts and games, an opportunity to take photos with a special guest, which is the Easter Bunny. Bounce houses and a new addition this year, I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but free train rides at the pool as well. Hope you can join us for this fun-filled afternoon. To learn more, visit cityofirvine.org, Eggapalooza. Second thing is I would like to commend the city staff, city manager Oliver Chi, Heather Dion, and Denise Bennett on the food distribution efforts at Heritage Park. As many of you know, I've been doing this personally for a number of years, creating food boxes and delivering to homes, and I'm very excited to see this happening in our city at such a scale that is much needed. We have a couple slides here. I wanted to go through them real quickly here. The program launched February to provide 30-pound food boxes monthly to at-risk Irvine residents. The initial event served 40 people with expectations of higher participation in March. The food security program at Heritage Park has been an overwhelming success with over 200 participants in the most recent event, resulting in food boxes running out. Next slide, please. The March distribution event and team effort both happened on rainy days. The second distribution event happened on March 13th and served 211 residents despite the rainy weather. The food boxes included frozen fish, frozen chicken, apples, cheddar cheese. The program was implemented with the support of the community services team and youth action team, volunteers, high school students who helped assemble and distributed boxes. Next slide, please. The city is coordinating with CAP-OC, Community Action Partnership of Orange County, the Orange County Food Bank, to expand the program in April to serve approximately 400 participants. This will be at the third event will be 400. The program is funded through federal and state nutrition programs, including CSFP and TFAP. Next slide, please. Resident enrollment support for food programs in Medi-Cal is offered monthly. Resident enrollment is through Medi-Cal, offered monthly. In collaboration with Community Action Partnership, the city is providing these program enrollment support every Thursday of the month from 9 to noon. In addition, the city is partnering with Community Health Initiative of Orange County, and through that effort, we are also providing Medi-Cal enrollment assistance at Heritage Park Center every fourth Friday of the month, 9 to 1. I also want to highlight that these programs, we have these available for people enrolled 9 to noon, but it's also open for everyone else. We want to make sure everyone is served, not just those that are signing up for this program. So people can come through here. I want to thank the staff again for addressing this serious issue with food costs being where they are right now. A carton of eggs is like $17 right now. A lot of people in our neighborhood and communities cannot afford fresh fruit and produce. So thank you very much to the city staff.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mai. Thank you for those reports. As you can tell, reports are increasingly focused on council members' respective districts. We're all getting used to the new system. A lot's going on in District 3 by way of citywide distributions of all kinds of benefits. And we appreciate these reports. Thank you. I have an announcement to make and a request to follow that. I've been hosting mornings with the mayor here at City Hall, and it's been great connecting with residents and hearing your thoughts, your ideas. I invite you to join me for the next session, which is this coming Saturday, March 29th, from 9 to 10 a.m., right here again at City Hall, first floor. You're welcome. It's your chance to share your thoughts, ask questions, make suggestions. We try to make these sessions comfortable and informal for all those who are participating. So I look forward to seeing you there. No registration is required. Just show up. We'll even have, I think, coffee and donuts for folks who would like to take advantage of that as well. Next, I'd like under announcements to recognize Juanita Moe. Do we have that slide? Is that available? Oh, there we are. Okay. Thank you. Here we are. This evening, I want to be adjourning this meeting in recognition of Juanita Moe. Juanita Moe was a 46-year resident of Irvine whose vision and perseverance helped shape our outstanding bicycle trail system. You know, we take that system somewhat for granted. The fact of the matter is it was Juanita Moe who rallied others and built that into our master planning process dating back 50 years and more. As a member of an ad hoc volunteer committee in the early 1970s, Juanita worked tirelessly to promote off-street trails, ensuring that cycling would be a safe and accessible mode of transportation for generations to come. Her advocacy efforts laid the foundation for the extensive network of trails, nearly 400 miles of on-street and off-street bikeways that we enjoy today. In 2015, the Quail Hill Trail, now of course in District 4, adjacent to the 405 freeway, was renamed in her honor. At the time, she humbly stated, "I alone could have accomplished nothing." She was giving credit to those she worked alongside, as was her generous spirit. But the truth is, her vision, tenacity, and hard work really put Irvine on the path to becoming the world-class bicycle-friendly city it is today. We are grateful to Juanita for her efforts. May her dedication continue to inspire us all to build a more connected and vibrant Irvine. Our deepest sympathies go out to her friends and family, and there were many, many friends that she had in Irvine, especially to her husband, who was a professor at UCI, her daughter and granddaughters. A memorial celebration of her life is planned at the Good Shepherd Chapel at Concordia University, right here in Irvine, on Saturday, April 12th at 3 p.m. And we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in her honor. She also happened to have been a neighbor of ours, so she's sorely missed. All right. With that, we're about a half hour behind schedule, but we moved to the consent calendar, see if we can make up a little time now. The consent calendar tonight, wait, let me just ask, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda tonight, Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, no changes to the agenda.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Therefore, moving to the consent calendar, items 3.1 to 3.8, consent calendar items are considered by the city manager to be routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There'll be no discussion of these items unless members of the city council request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion. We do, of course, allow members of the public to be heard. This would be the opportunity now for anyone who wants to be heard under a consent calendar item to anybody who's participating electronically to raise their hand electronically so that they can be recognized and their name put in the queue. How many requests do we have to be heard under consent calendar items tonight?
We have no request to speak.
No requests. Well, we better close it out right away here then. Let me, yeah, let me, with no requests, I'm so flummoxed, I don't know what to do now.
Mayor, I'd like to move the consent calendar.
Well, let me first ask if any of my council colleagues would request any matter be withdrawn from the consent calendar for separate discussion. There being no requests, a motion is in order to adopt the consent calendar. Councilmember Carroll moved adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. No further discussion. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
We're back on schedule. There we go. All right. That takes us to, hold on here. That takes us to our public hearings section of the agenda. That's items 4 on the printed agenda. Public hearings are scheduled and are a little more formal than we normally handle things. Public hearings operate one at a time, and it's my responsibility to move through these public hearings one after the other. First opening the public hearing, taking various staff information, giving the public a chance to participate, closing the public hearing, and calling for a vote. With that procedure in mind, I'll turn now to our city clerk to please identify public hearing item 4.1 by subject.
Thank you, Mayor. Zoning ordinance amendment for logistics facilities and warehouses.
The recommended staff action is simply to continue this matter. Do I have to declare the public meeting open to accept a motion to continue?
You do.
I hereby declare the public hearing open. Since this is just a motion to continue, would somebody like to make that motion at this time? I'll move the matter be continued.
Second.
Very well. That would be continued to May 27th, 2025 at roughly 5 p.m. or soon thereafter at that meeting. Any discussion on the motion to continue? There being none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0.
There we are. Just it's a matter of procedural understanding. Is in fact the hearing still technically open, or should we have closed it?
It is still technically open.
It remains technically open. Thank you. All right. We move now to public hearing item 4.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Bond issuance by the California Enterprise Development Authority for Orange County Music and Dance, lender consent, and subleasee consideration.
I hereby declare the public hearing open. At this time, I would invite anybody who wishes to participate electronically via Zoom to be sure you've raised your hand and have been electronically admitted to the queue. Having done that, at this time, I'll turn to our city staff to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Agron, members of the City Council, Steve Torelli, and with me today is Dale Bullison, the Administrative Services Director. For your consideration this evening is a TEFRA hearing for Orange County Music and Dance, as well as a lender consent and a sublease authorization. Just a little background on the project, and then we'll go into the TEFRA hearing, the lender consent, and to the sublease, and then to our recommended actions this evening. So the background on this project is for the last few years we've been developing at the Great Park, and last March the City Council approved pre-development agreements in forms of leases with a number of nonprofit entities, cultural institutions in the Cultural Terrace, one of them being Orange County Music and Dance. And we are quickly ticking through all of those elements within the pre-development agreement. We're down really to the last two. We're getting ready to deliver the pads to those projects, and the project proponents are fulfilling their full project funding requirements and getting ready to enter those construction contracts, and that is why the item is before you today for Orange County Music and Dance. As a little refresher, Orange County Music and Dance is about an 85,000 square foot facility. It's going to be right there on Marine Way. It'll have teaching rooms, rehearsal and performance halls, offices, administrative, back of house. It's got about a $50 million project cost all in, just under a 2-year construction timeline, and is a continuing of a very successful existing nonprofit facility that is currently located here in Irvine. So the way that OCMD has approached their financing for the project is through something called a private activity bond. It is being backed by their donations, their cash on hand, and their current facility. Private activity bonds are nothing new to the city. We assisted Great Park Ice in doing this very same type of issuance about 6 or 7 years ago. We've also helped a number of other local entities. OCMD is fully responsible for a payment of the bond. There's no city obligation to it. And as I say, some other Irvine issuances were Great Park Ice and Korean Lutheran more recently. The internal revenue code that governs these bond issuances does require there's a public hearing before a local board, because Orange County Music and Dance is located here within the city of Irvine. That is why we're here tonight. It also requires a resolution from the local authority, which is attached to the staff report for tonight's presentation.
Is that it?
Nope.
Okay.
A couple more for it. Just 2 more slides. I'll move it along as quickly as I can. The next item is a lender consent. So with the bond, whenever you have a financing entity, there's certain things that the city has to sign off on. We've already approved that form of lease last year, and so rather than going in and amending that beast of a document, we've attached a lender consent to the staff report tonight. It provides that the financing is secured by their interest in the lease. It confirms that the lease is in effect. Of course, this document would not be signed until that lease is signed. It provides the city and bank must provide notices if there's some type of default, and they both have the right to cure. And finally, Orange County Music and Dance had a number of sublessees, as did Pretend City, when their lease was authorized. They have asked for another conforming use to be added to their facility, and as we're also asking the council for the authorization to add that to their list of sublessees. It's called Ednovate. It is a public charter school currently operating 7 campuses throughout Southern California, and it is a niche college preparatory school focused on the whole student. It would operate in some otherwise inactive times, so completely activate that campus through the morning and afternoon hours. And the sublease is certainly consistent with the site use and character of the cultural terrace. It would certainly be subject also to student trip maximums and our other zoning requirements, as all charter schools, public schools are here in the city. And with that, I have the recommended actions for you on the screen, and happy to take any questions. We also have representatives from Orange County Music and Dance here.
Excellent. And that concludes your presentation.
Yes, sir.
We'll take any questions or comments that council members have of staff. Why don't you remain available for us, if you would, and we'll turn to our city clerk for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one request to speak from ePlanet Thunderstriker.
Welcome.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start with the fact that my perplexity count has been compromised. I mean, the things that goes on in there, that was the only electronic intelligence that I had to deep research this. So I don't even have any notes, actually. I was looking at that and what he said. So I don't know exactly if it's relevant why we have somebody from the Great Park area and somebody from the Irvine area, because it said that, well, there's complexities in transparency and oversight with something like that, and something like with the city manager doing some sort of, the way that it is it's, I think it's maybe there's not much transparency, but I don't know. I mean, I know that they're supposed to pay the whole bond back. I also know that the agency had some scandals last year, but the way that this is structured, I don't know, but it does bring into question my circumstances when I'm dealing with some things in the music industry and I'm making comments here. And also Newport Beach, they got $50 million last November, and it's Orange County has a disproportionately high amount of money coming into it. And San Bernardino looks like a second world country. I mean, there are more businesses downtown boarded up than are open. Vacant lots are everywhere. So I don't know what the rest of the city of Irvine looks like. Between here and the school, it's pretty nice. So, you know, when the $50 million going to Newport, $50 million going here, and that's not their maximum. It's a maximum of their typical, but this was like piggybacked on something that was like maybe maybe a few hundred million more. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't know. I didn't even know about making requests to councils before I was able to interact with the electronic intelligence, because I wasn't able to get any legal consultation based on, I mean, everybody in Santa Barbara knew about me and the music industry, and I couldn't get any help there either. But I know that there's something sketchy going on with the council, and the fact I shouldn't be talking to you guys. I already said, well, you know, criminal violations are evident now. For the new people, I don't know if you were watching last year, but there's also conspiracy and racketeering as a certainty with some of the councils that I've been talking to. And as far as here, I don't know. I would think so. It just seems like it's possible. They did say that ChatGPT said this is the cliche or textbook way that you're able to funnel money into projects, and it's not evident corruption like with a scandal. But you know, if this started a whole year ago, and there was already the music industry, I don't know where the bond enters into that, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows some circumstances might be questionable with what I'm dealing with.
Thank you for sharing your comments with us tonight. Any others?
That is all, Mayor.
There being no others, a motion to close the public hearing is in order.
So moved, Mayor.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll.
Good.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to close the public hearing?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai?
Yes.
And Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
All right. Any further council comments?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and
Yes.
move the item if there's no further comment.
Councilmember Carroll moves staff recommendations here, which include adopting a resolution of the council.
Do we need to read it, or can city attorney? No, it's sorry.
We don't have to read it.
Apologize.
We don't have to read it, but also approving a lender consent for Orange County Music and Dance, authorizing the city manager to execute, and authorizing Innovate as a sublessee under Orange County Music and Dance's ground lease. That is the motion. Let me just comment on the motion by saying, although this is a dry and somewhat obtuse financial matter, this is a wonderful project. And the fact that we're going to have Orange County Music and Dance at the Great Park, part of the Cultural Terrace West. Exciting things are happening out there at the Great Park, and I know Councilmember Carroll, as chair of the Great Park Board, you're going to be talking about some of these things a little later this spring. This motion and its adoption gets this project one step further among many others that are moving along at the Great Park. So I'm happy to be voting for this. I see no other requests to be heard on this. With that, we'll have the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that I got a second, and I apologize if there was, but I didn't recall hearing one.
If there was, I may not have recognized it. So that was a motion by Councilmember Carroll.
I'll second it. Oh.
Who seconded by Vice Mayor Mai, just as in the closing of the public hearing. All right. With that, please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Councilmember Go?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai?
Yes.
And Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
Thank you. That concludes that item. We move now to item 4.3, public hearing. Would the clerk please identify this public hearing by title and subject?
Zone changes to allow the research and development, R&D land use as a use permitted by right within the 5.6 Business Park Zoning District of Planning Area 4, Lower Peters Canyon, and the 4.8 Irvine Center Garden Commercial Zoning District of Planning Area 33, Irvine Spectrum Center.
This is a public hearing which I'll now declare open. At this time, anyone wishing to participate electronically, now is the time to raise your hand to be admitted to the queue so that you can participate remotely. Do we have a count on how many wish to be heard?
On this item, there's no requests.
No requests so far. All right. With that, we'll turn to the city staff. Please identify yourselves and talk to us.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor Agron, members of the City Council. I'm Sherman Jones with your Community Development Department. Joining me here at the desk is Planning Manager Alyssa Mathis. And as mentioned, this is a zone change that was presented to staff by Presiding Associates on behalf of the Irvine Company Office Properties. And again, this is proposed zone change for the R&D or Research and Development land use. So as you can see on the slide, we have Planning Area 4 and Planning Area 33. And these are two areas of the city where there's currently not allowed to have the R&D land use as a permitted use. And so the applicant is proposing to have the zone change be presented to you to move forward with the RD land use. And so on the slide, you see Planning Area 4, Planning Area 33, and then the highlighted area are the areas that would be changed with this particular zone change, again, for the 5.6 Business Park Zoning District and the 4.8 Irvine Center Garden Commercial Zoning District in Planning Area 33. So on the map, on the slide, you'll see the map that shows the various zoning districts in the city. And in the zoning ordinance, there is a list of zoning districts that are identified by a project number and also a descriptive narrative. And so on the table on the screen, you'll see different zoning districts that would allow either R&D by right. That's the first column. The middle column, it shows you where you would need a conditional use permit. And what the zone changes is proposing for the third column, where staff would be recommending to the council for the 4.8 and the 5.6 zoning district. The reason for this change that's being proposed is because of an inconsistency that you can see on the slide, where a number of zoning districts that currently allow the R&D as a permitted use, but it's not listed in the 4.8 zoning district, and it would require a a conditional use permit for the 5.6. In the past, R&D uses typically included light industrial facilities, laboratories, and testing facilities that could create undesirable impacts. However, most of the recent R&D uses proposed in the city include businesses such as testing of software, medical and communication devices, electronic and gaming systems that are conducted in administrative office settings. Additionally, this zone change would remove land use barriers to the zoning ordinance with the goal of retaining and attracting R&D uses in the city. Finally, the zone change is exempt from CEQA because it can be seen with certainty that there would be no significant impact to the environment. Earlier last month, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend to the City Council approval of both zone changes. Staff is also in support of the zone changes as they would remove land use barriers in the zoning ordinance. Staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation shows that we should support the zone changes. If approved, the council would see the introduction of the first reading of the ordinance that's shown on the screen. That completes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation?
That is correct.
With that, we'll turn to my colleagues if any have questions to direct to staff at this time or comments. There being none, we'll move then to public comments. Are there any requests to be heard?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. There being none, I think I can declare the public hearing closed. We'll need a motion then. I'll move that the public hearing be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
That concludes that part. Last call for any council comments. I'll tell you what, I'll at this time move staff recommendations, which includes adopting an ordinance. So I'll move that we read by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 009334999-PZC to permit the research and development, R&D, land use by right within the 5.6 Business Park Zoning District of Planning Area 4, Lower Peters Canyon, filed by Pirzada and Associates on behalf of the Irvine Company Office Properties, and introduce for first reading, also by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00933-500-PZC to permit the research and development R&D land use by right within the 4.8 Irvine Center Garden Commercial Zoning District of Planning Area 33, Irvine Spectrum Center, filed by Perzada and Associates on behalf of Irvine Company Office Properties. Is there a second?
Second.
You want me to repeat the motion? No?
I heard it loud and clear.
Okay.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carrie 6-0.
Thank you. That concludes that item, taking us to our final public hearing item, 4.4. Would the clerk please identify this public hearing item by subject and title?
Zoning ordinance technical update.
This is a public hearing, which I'll now declare open. At this time, those wishing to participate via electronically, this would be the time to raise your hand to be admitted to the queue. Do we have any requests to be heard on this item?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Very well. That allows us then to move to staff presentation. I'll turn it over to staff. Please introduce yourselves at this time, and let's hear what you have to say, all right?
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Tiffany Lynn, a senior planner with the Community Development Department, and I am joined by Planning Manager Alyssa Matthews. And the item before you this evening is the citywide zoning ordinance technical update. This update typically occurs on an as-needed basis and aims to introduce new regulations, streamline existing procedures, and address inconsistencies within the code. The first updates I'll be going over involve introducing and modifying definitions within the code. Specifically, the community facility definition is proposed to be modified to clarify what constitutes a community facility, and this definition is consistent with how other jurisdictions define these facilities. A new definition for an existing use is also proposed to be created for online vehicle sales. The next item proposes to update the administrative relief procedure chapter of the code to allow private schools to request for administrative relief, which allows private schools to request deviation from the code at a notice public hearing. The appeal procedure chapter is also proposed to be updated to incorporate appeal procedures specific to California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA appeals, which have requirements that are distinct from the city's standard appeal regulations. The next item proposes to introduce a new application type, an administrative use permit, which is a common application type seen in other cities. The administrative use permit would require certain land uses, such as commercial schools, to obtain this permit type, which requires review and approval at the discretion of the Community Development Director. Currently, most of these uses are permitted by right. However, given the unique operational characteristics that require further review, this new application type allows city staff to further analyze the proposal through a discretionary application. Next, commercial schools and commercial recreation uses are proposed to be introduced to the 5.4 General Industrial Zone, as there is a demand to provide for more of these type of uses, and the zoning district is appropriate for the establishment of such uses. The following item proposes to replace public community facilities as a permitted by right use with community facilities as a conditionally permitted use in the 5.6 Business Park Zoning District, which is consistent with how this land use is treated in other zones. The public meeting and hearing chapter is also proposed to be updated to include additional individuals and agencies for noticing purposes and to allow for electronic copies with mailing information to address procedural changes due to technology improvements. The home occupation update provides correct information throughout the zoning ordinance pertaining to which zoning districts allow for these type of uses, which is wherever residential is permitted. Next, alternative healthcare provider land uses are proposed to be updated in the 4.5 through 4.8 zones and in planning areas 33 and 34 to provide for consistent information across two different areas of the zoning ordinance and to ensure this land use is permitted consistent with current practice. Lastly, an update is proposed to the zoning district citywide to extend an existing provision within some zones that allows land uses not listed to be conditionally permitted by the Planning Commission. This addresses new and unique land uses not listed in the code to be considered at a notice public hearing. In summary, the proposed technical update provides for a more accurate and consistent zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff does recommend the City Council introduce on first reading the attached ordinance implementing the zoning ordinance technical update. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. It's appreciated. Any questions of staff, comments at this point? There being none, we'll turn to the city clerk again to see if there are any public participants who want to join us on this.
No request to speak, Mayor.
There being no requests from citizens to be heard at this time, I'll move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 5-0 of the members present.
Public hearing is closed. Motion is in order. I'll move staff recommendation, which is to introduce for first reading by title only. I am reading it now. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 0094751-PZC to amend the Irvine zoning ordinance by providing new and revised zoning provisions related to Chapter 1-2-definitions, Chapter 2-2-administrative relief procedures, Chapter 2-5- appeal and call-up review procedure, Chapter 2-23- public meetings, hearings, and notice procedures, Chapter 2-33- administrative use permit, Chapter 3-37- zoning district land use regulations and development standards, Chapter 9-33- Planning Area 33, Irvine Spectrum Center, and Chapter 9-34- Planning Area 34, Irvine Spectrum 5. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Liu seconded the motion. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 5-0 of the members present.
Thank you. That takes us, now that we've gotten beyond public hearings, takes us to council business. At this time, council business consists of about 6-7 items tonight. The first being item 5.1, consideration, well, I'll just let the city clerk identify this item by subject and title.
Consideration of a request by Vice Mayor Mai to discuss the establishment of an inaugural Irvine Nonprofit Week program.
Very well. With that, I'll turn to Council Member and Vice Mayor Mai to introduce this item, present it to us, and call for whatever action he may wish to have us consider. Council Member, Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor Agron. According to IRS data, Irvine serves is home to more than 2,900 nonprofit tax-exempt organizations, more than any community in Orange County. This is a tremendous fact that should be celebrated by the city because in my experience, charitable nonprofits truly embody the best of our country. These organizations provide a way for people to work together for the common good, transforming shared beliefs into positive action. Whether the charitable entity is seeking to feed, heal, shelter, educate, inspire, enlighten, or nurture, nonprofit organizations give shape to society's boldest dreams, highest ideals, and noblest causes. Here in Irvine, we have 330,000 residents. A little known fact, as everyone believes that Irvine is a very affluent community, which we are, but there is a community in need. Over 60,000 people in the city of Irvine qualify for Medi-Cal and are in need. I've long observed that nonprofits play a fundamental role in creating a more thriving community. And in an effort to support the creation of more interconnected nonprofit ecosystem, I'm proposing that the city work to establish an annual Irvine Nonprofit Week program. Through this effort, I would hope to bring greater awareness to the tremendous work being coordinated by our local Irvine-based nonprofit entities. Further, through this annual Irvine Nonprofit Week gathering, the city can create a forum where our nonprofit organizations can come together to find resources, strategies, and fellowship to better support their efforts to live their individual missions. Nonprofit Week will serve 4 tenets. One is the community, those who need resources, highlighting awareness. 2, existing nonprofits, showcasing their services. 3, nonprofits that are new or established to find resources, create workshops, possibly help incubate new startups, because there are plenty of people that have great ideas that would work for nonprofits. And lastly, it would serve to bring volunteers together with nonprofits. Irvine is one of the strongest cities and a leader in Orange County. There should be no reason we can't be one of the kindest, taking care of everyone in our community. Staff, if you can pull up a picture I have of Hogue. You have there? Okay, well, they're working on it. I just wanted to express that there is a great, well, there it is. So not only do we feel that a lot of people also feel, including the Melinda Hogue Foundation, Mayor Agrin and I last month visited at the Melinda Hogue Foundation, and just in his speech, his State of the City speech, he mentioned that the Melinda Hogue Foundation is going to be making a sizable donation to our city, creating a nonprofit center here at Heritage Park. Tens of millions will be invested into our city. And what better way to have a nonprofit week rolling into this as well? Given these factors, I respectfully request that City Council direct that the city manager work to develop an inaugural Irvine Nonprofit Week to take place some point in 2025. And I'd like to make that motion.
Would you restate the motion?
Yes, the motion is for City Council to direct City Manager to work to develop an inaugural Irvine Nonprofit Week program to take place sometime this year.
Very well. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. The motion's properly before us. Why don't we have council members speak briefly to it now? Then, do we have requests from citizens to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 3.
3, okay. How many are in person? How many are electronic?
2 in person, 1 on Zoom.
All right. We'll just hold that public comment. We'll let council members speak briefly on this round. Council Member Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have to speak from experience that we are not short of volunteers. There are lots and lots of people in Irvine willing and able to help. And from my experience working with lots of different nonprofits, as a volunteer, it's been a great experience. So I am so glad to see this happening, and so that we can all row in the same direction. And I'm a firm believer of the saying, many hands make light work. And so I just have a minor suggestion that I also had recently had a visit at the Molina Hoag Center, and a lot of the nonprofits housed in the facility are also based in Irvine or have offices in Irvine. And so if we can open it up to nonprofits that also serve Irvine residents, not just the ones that are based in Irvine, I think it will be a great opportunity for people to come and help Irvine residents.
Thank you for that comment. Did you wish to respond, Councilmember Mai, or we just want to hold that thought?
No, absolutely. The thought on this at the Melinda Hoag Foundation, which houses 30 to 40 different nonprofits, they're all over Orange County, such as Chalk, United Way, many other organizations help me grow OC. They're based everywhere, but they do service Irvine. So we would definitely want to include not just Irvine-based nonprofits. We would like to include everyone that serves everyone across the region as well.
All right. At this time, we'll turn to public comment. I'm sorry, Councilmember Go.
Good question. In terms of the week, are we looking to move around the different districts in Irvine, or do you think it's mostly in one or two locations?
Well, I would like to leave that up to the staff, but the thought would be having it in your district just because of the facilities there, and it could be a gathering point. But that would be really up to the city manager and the staff to determine which location that would be.
No, that's fine. And also another comment would be see if we can try to get UC Irvine involved as well, as far as the business school, the law school, and the different avenues over there. I know there are quite a bit of nonprofits initiatives also. Thank you.
While we're at it, let me direct a question to Councilmember Mai. Do you have in mind, ideally or otherwise, when the nonprofit week, the inaugural nonprofit week, would take place, if everything went according to staff study, recommendations, or further consideration and so forth?
I think it would be based on staff's time frame, maybe the end of June if possible, but I really don't know how fast they can move on it.
So if it wound up being in the fall,
Sure.
on staff's recommendation or whatever, that would be okay with you?
Absolutely. I feel like we should just be here to tell them what we want to get done, and they will get it done in their time frame.
Excellent. All right. At this time, I'll turn to our city clerk. Would you please identify the public commenters, and we'll hear them one at a time.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Ron Skolsdang and E-Planet Thunderstriker. And we'll start with Mr. Skolsdang.
Welcome, Mr. Skolsdang.
Hello, Mayor Agrin. Good evening, Council. Thanks for your time. Just wanted to show my tremendous support for a nonprofit week. As a founder of a nonprofit myself, it's really, really difficult to get it off the ground, know where you're going, and even if you get it started, to get any support, any grants, volunteers, all of the above. And so to have a week like this that could potentially highlight local nonprofit organizations will be huge and tremendous. There's a lot of residents out there that are looking to give back to the community, and they don't know where to start. And a nonprofit organization is a great place to start. And it could literally be anything. You know, it doesn't have to be rocket ships. It could be literally a bunch of people getting together to fight for the cause of dog parks, all kinds of interesting things that people may never even know. And so I am in huge support for this. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
E-Planet Thunderstriker.
So part of my scandal involves when China mailed seeds through Taiwan Shipping Company. Katy Perry went to India, talked about this. Somebody started this thing. Didn't work out. There was a border conflict. I went to the Chinese consulate, made a suggestion. Countries have the option for 2 slots. One is a government individual. They stopped fighting at the border. They mailed seeds through Taiwan, and the only song I have is Taiwan Thunderstrike. So this sounds great. I mean, I have political leverage here. I mean, right? It's like, you guys don't go to jail if you guys support this organization. I'll work with that. You know, I don't know what's going on. And they talked about maybe when. Well, if it's a whole week, I wanted to do a global holiday on both equinoxes. And so if we had like a whole week, the equinox is different times, different years, and it could be like maybe the first or the end where we have that. So if you guys like were interested in supporting that, I don't have anything done yet. I mean, I can't, my emails don't go through, all kinds of problems. But like what that guy said, you know, people are interested in doing, that's what the World Citizens Organization would do. It would be like, oh, just all kinds of things. I mean, anything you think about, people that are doing things like public comment and things like nonprofit organizations, mixing those together, that's only like one fraction of what a worldwide citizens organization could do in America. Other countries will be more restrictive, but because we have that rule, it can go down anywhere. And now China will go with it. That's why, you know, a lot of countries will be pressured into it if it can be going anywhere. So we're actually talking about a really practical possibility of world peace, like really soon. And I just don't think that's a fantasy. I think more of a fantasy is getting the corruption in America resolved so that I can do something like that. But I think you guys should keep that in mind.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, council members, Mayor Agrin. I'm opposed to this first because of sustainability. It only continues as long as Vice Mayor Nye has power or sits on the dais. I'll give you an example. The Innovation Council under Mayor Khan, that's no longer operating. There's also Tech Week. I thought Tech Week was in April. I haven't heard anything about it. And, you know, again, this comes down to failing to censure people because, you know, Vice Mayor James Mai, he's got 3 foundations, three charities. Let me precede that by saying I've created charities, 501c3s here in Irvine and Orange County for free. I interned at Legal Aid in Orange County 30 years ago. My firm provides pro bono services to Human Options and volunteers there. So going back to James Mai and failing to censor him, he's got 3 foundations in Tustin. One of them is the James Mai Foundation, which he did not list on the 700, Form 700. And none of those foundations that I'm aware of have paid their business licenses in Tustin. Is he encouraging nonprofits here in Irvine not to pay their business license taxes? Rather than censor him and let the public know that this kind of conduct is not it's actually illegal under our ordinance. It's a misdemeanor for not paying a business license. It's not commendable conduct, and it should not be followed. You're giving him a platform to make it seem like he's doing something good for the community. Look, if the nonprofits could do this amongst themselves if they want to promote more nonprofits. They don't need the city of Irvine to do it, and for certainly Vice Mayor James Mai should not be the spokesperson for that. As a representative of the city, when he cannot pay his business license taxes for his own foundations or list all of them on his 700s. So, you know, this is kind of like, you know, look at all the good that I'm doing, but it's not really getting to the heart of the matter that this person should not be representing the city in nonprofit matters when he can't even keep his own business with nonprofits kosher. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we had one more pop into the queue. If that's okay with you, they'd get 90 seconds.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is IM. IM, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
And this will be our last speaker.
So sorry, I hit the button late to join, but I just wanted to say, as a resident of the community in Woodbury, I think this is a fantastic idea. I would really love to see that this is scheduled at a time, though, that is more accessible for people. A lot of these city events and activities tend to be scheduled during business hours or school hours. I work in an industry where I see the benefit directly of volunteers, and I just can't express enough how much I'm in support of this as a community member. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is all, Mayor.
That concludes public comment on this matter. There is a motion before us. Do council members wish to comment on the motion? If not, would the clerk restate the motion, and then we will vote.
Sure. The motion is to direct the city manager to work toward the development of an inaugural Irvine Nonprofit Week program to take place at some point in 2025.
All right. With that motion now properly before us, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Trezeder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
Very well. Item 5.1 having been considered and acted upon, we move to item 5.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
4th of July celebration update.
Thank you. I see that we have staff here on this item. Let me just say once again, those who wish to participate electronically should now raise their hand so they can be admitted to the speaker's queue. Having said that, do we have any speakers who have signed up yet?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 in person, 1 on Zoom.
Excellent. All right. We'll take staff presentation at this time. Well, actually, I should have probably called on Council Member and Vice Mayor Mai. Did you wish to say anything by way of introduction, or should we just turn to staff?
No, Mayor, just please turn to staff.
All right. Welcome.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Melissa Haley. I'm the Director of Communications and Engagement, and with me this evening is Community Services Superintendent Karina Lee. On February 25th, the City Council unanimously directed staff to assess a 4th of July celebratory event and return in 30 days with an update to include potential options. Staff explored several event possibilities, considering various themes, venues, entertainment options, and logistical arrangements for the event. City staff believes that with support and resources, the event can provide an engaging and festive experience that will foster community spirit, celebrate civic pride, and offer an inclusive opportunity for residents and visitors alike to gather and commemorate Independence Day. Recognizing the importance and significance of such celebrations for our community, staff quickly moved forward and engaged in productive conversations with several community partners, including the Woodbridge Village Association and Pacific Symphony, to evaluate feasible options given the condensed timeline. With the limited planning window, staff identified the Great Park as the optimal venue for the event location. The location provides the necessary infrastructure and capacity to host a large-scale, family-friendly celebration. In conversations with our partners at Pacific Symphony, they are aligned with the opportunity to create an enhanced fireworks experience. I did want to note that the conversations with the Woodbridge Village Association were highly collaborative and promising, and we are going to look to the 2026 calendar year for partnership efforts, as it affords us the additional lead time for proper planning and collaboration, and it will also be their 50th anniversary, as well as the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. As part of the event at the Great Park, staff are proposing a community parade where families are invited to bike, roll, or scoot along the Great Park timeline in patriotic attire. A bike and decorating contest will add a fun, interactive element. Family games and activities, engaging attractions will be available for all ages, such as craft stations, lawn games, balloon and carousel rides, and themed photo backdrops. Live entertainment and dancing at Hangar 244. Sorry. Performances by live bands, DJs, and a dance floor to create an energetic, festive environment. Food and beverage options, in addition to inviting attendees to pack a picnic, the event will offer a selection of food trucks and food opportunities with a variety of snacks, meals, and sweet treats to enhance that celebration. And finally, a fireworks and/or drone show, as the evening will conclude with one or both, providing a spectacular conclusion to the celebration. Additionally, guests will have the opportunity to purchase separate tickets for a live performance by Pacific Symphony at Great Park Live, adding another layer of entertainment to the event. Based on research and planning efforts to date, staff estimates that the event will range from $200,000 to $250,000, an expense not previously included in the fiscal year 23-25 adopted budget. An event at the $200,000 range would include an aerial fireworks show. Should there be an interest in expanding the celebration to feature both fireworks and a drone light show, the estimated budget would increase to approximately $250,000. This estimate accounts for general operations, logistics, programming, staffing, and marketing, and reflects the increased costs associated with holiday staffing rates. General fund savings of up to $250,000 from the fiscal year 23-25 budget could be identified to fund and support this 4th of July celebratory event. To advance the planning and execution of the event, staff will focus on developing event branding and marketing materials, finalizing programming and logistics, preparing a detailed event budget, and seeking sponsorship opportunities to offset the costs. The recommended action before you this evening was to receive an update from staff and to approve a budget of up to $250,000 of fiscal year 23-25 general fund savings for the implementation of a 4th of July event. This concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff at this time? Councilmember and Vice Mayor James Mai.
Thank you, staff, for that presentation. I just had two comments. One is, are we able to set something up to welcome sponsorships now? Just in talking with the community, we have several entities that would like to sponsor already. They would like a point of contact or maybe a form, something online if you'd like sponsorship packages. For example, Paris Baguette, which is located, I believe, in Costa Mesa with multiple offices here, or multiple retail locations here in the city of Irvine, along with City of Hope and other entities. They're very interested in sponsoring. So if we could set something up ASAP for that, because I know we're on a time crunch as well, that would be great.
Absolutely, we're happy to. We'd be building a sponsorship package similar to we do for other large-scale events, and would put this information out fast and furious.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there are further comments or questions of staff, we'll turn to public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Doug Elliott, Susan Sayer, and Ellen Meyerson. And we'll start with Doug Elliott.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I will say, as I always try to, my name is Doug Elliott, and I'm a member of the Community Services Commission. As usual, I'm only speaking for myself, but tonight I'll be speaking in the words of Thomas Jefferson. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God enable them, a decent respect for the opinions of mankind requires that they declare the causes which impel their separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That when any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing inevitably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide such new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former system of government. To be continued by Susan, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Sayer.
Hi, good evening. My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm an Irvine resident. In my opinion, Irvine should reserve the extravagant July 4th celebration for next year, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, which is the basis for our creation, for the creation of our country, the United States of America. I'll now continue reading from the Declaration of Independence, which lists the grievances which constitute the reasons for its creation. The history of the present king of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and I can't pronounce it.
Usurpations.
All having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these estates. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has refused to pass other laws for accommodation of large districts of people. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states for that purpose, obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has been cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. He has imposed taxes on us without our consent. He's deprived us in many cases of the benefit of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our government, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with powers to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has excited domestic insurrections among us. Next is Alan Meyerson.
Thank you for your readings.
Alan Meyerson.
And I'll just continue, Alan Meyerson. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions for our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations. which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the restitute of our intentions, do in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be free and independent states, and that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown and to Donald Trump, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and do all other acts and things which independent states may have right to do. And for support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Wow, those are some words. It's amazing to me when I read this for the first time in my life, the full document, how much of it can be applied right now in this country. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that. I want to also say, forget the extra fireworks, just go with the drone show. I appreciate Councilmember Tresita's support of a drone show. We don't need more pollution in the air. What the Pacific Symphony is going to do for fireworks is fantastic. Don't spend more money for more fireworks, spend money on the drones. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks to all three of you for that reading.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agrin. I'm opposed to this agenda item, not because I don't like the 4th of July or I'm not a proud American. I like the 4th of July. I love America. But I noticed that on March 17th, the Finance Committee did not have a meeting. And I noticed that there's no committee recommendations one way or another regarding this agenda item. And in light of it being expedited, certainly there should be more eyeballs on it rather than less. And I'm surprised that Don Geller is not here to speak to this. And I'm surprised that none of the council members are speaking to this either. Why have these council committees if they're not being used or employed to look over these things? That's all. Thank you.
That concludes our comments, or is there another one?
We have two more that popped in a little bit late.
All right.
I'll defer to you on
Those
that.
will be 90 seconds each. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Yes, here I am. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Don Geller here, longtime resident of Irvine. I also serve on the Finance Commission. The purpose of the Finance Commission is to give advice to the City Council regarding revenue and expenditures and how it affects our city's budget. So as chair of the Finance Commission, I am concerned about rushing this through and pulling $250,000 from our 2025 budget for a 4th of July celebration that was not previously planned for. I think I can speak for my fellow commissioners that whenever possible, changes in our budgeted expenses should always flow through the commission. My recommendation would be to postpone this new event until next year so we can build this expense into the city's budget. Staff is currently working on the upcoming budget, so this is good timing. This will also allow additional time to plan and coordinate this fantastic ongoing event. It would give more time to promote the event so we can get commercial vendors to help offset some or all of the expenses. I would like to remind the council that there are currently 2 fireworks shows in our city that our residents can attend for this year. And thank you for your consideration. The Finance Commission will look forward to approving this in the 25-27 budget. Have a very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Our next speaker is Jason Garshfield. Jason, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Hey, just popping back in to say that I fully support this. You know, there's not a lot in Irvine that is kind of a citywide community building event. And so I'd like to say that if there's anything worth bringing Irvinians together, it is the 4th of July, Independence Day, and love for this country. I do respect those who are concerned with fiscal responsibility and the logistics of it, but I believe those are hurdles to be overcome and hardly insurmountable to the hosting of this event. So yeah, that's all, and I look forward to coming this summer.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment. Do we have a motion in front of us?
No, Mayor.
Would you wish to make a motion at this time, Councilmember Mai?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve up to $250,000 of the fiscal year 2023-25 general fund savings for the implementation of a July 4th event.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Comments? Councilmember Liu.
I also have concerns about the price. And also, as a former finance commissioner, I agree with Chair Geller about whether this should have been reviewed by Finance Commission. Having said that, obviously, I'm not going to oppose a celebration for 4th of July, but, you know, do we really have enough time? I mean, city staff already has a lot on their plate, and they're also planning, I believe, Ciclo is happening. And because Ciclo, with ample time, we actually are able to have plans on what kind of sponsorship package, how much money we're projected to bring in, and how much the city is going to actually pay out of pocket. So I was hoping that we'll be able to have that kind of time, but really, because of the unfortunate timing, this is creating a concern. And I want to echo what Mr. Meyerson had expressed about having drones. We already have fireworks, so maybe additional fireworks would not be necessary, and that could maybe bring down some of the expenses.
That was evident from the staff report that if they went with just drones, it would be less, obviously. Councilmember Mai, did you wish to, well, let me offer my comment at this time, if
Sure.
I might. I think we should move forward with this. It seems kind of obvious to me that over time, the Great Park will be not just the transcendent venue for 4th of July celebrations, but not just for the benefit of Irvine, but for all of Orange County. It is the Orange County Great Park. It seems to me that particularly now that we have a resident orchestra that has its own pretty dramatic concert and fireworks associated with it on the 4th of July. And the Great Park generally accommodates a lot of people on the 4th of July who are there to enjoy the park. I think this will grow organically over time, but we can kind of supercharge it for this year. And I think we can accommodate the concerns that are expressed about costs. I think part of the staff review of this matter ought to include taking it to the Finance Commission and also giving a candid assessment of how much in the way of community and corporate sponsorship might be involved. To tell you the truth, I can't imagine for the asking that we couldn't cover all the costs. They're in the $200,000 range. That's relatively minor considering the magnitude of the event associated with it, and notwithstanding previously expressed concerns by Mr. Doug Elliott, which I share to some extent, about commercializing and corporatizing these kinds of events. The fact of the matter is, I would hope the 4th of July is something where we could all come together. Corporations, small businesses, individuals, groups of people, in celebration of the importance of this event and what it stands for. I just think this is an opportunity that we shouldn't forego. So I'm supportive of the motion. I do want to ask our city manager, do you see any problem with bringing this in front of the Finance Commission, asking for their advice and review of what it is that you are developing, or for that matter, the Community Services Commission that might offer some useful ideas as well as a critique as we go along. Is that problematic for you?
No, that wouldn't be problematic. I think we were wanting to come back, get some council direction quickly on whether or not we should engage an effort to try to establish a 4th of July event this year, given that we're into the end of March already. If the direction is to move forward, we certainly will and are happy to engage with the Finance Commission and the Community Services Commission, solicit some input from both of those bodies. Regarding the funding for the event and the time frame, we're open to the council's feedback. What I can tell you, though, is the work that Melissa and her team did included an assessment of where we currently stand in the current fiscal year. We are projected to run a healthy surplus for the current fiscal year, and so the $250,000 allocation from this year's budget is available if the council would like to make that expense. We certainly could delay also and not move forward until after talking to all the commissions. That would create, I think, complications for the staff in delivering the program, which is really, I think, the reason we're here back before the council right now, based on the council's direction last month. Again, based on what the council does this evening, the direction is to move forward. We certainly will engage with our commissions during the next couple of months as we work to pull it together. If the decision is made to delay until next year, we'll certainly also engage as we work through the budget process moving forward.
Excellent. So if this motion were to be adopted, you would come back to us when with a report of?
If the motion is adopted, I would interpret the motion as saying move forward with the event this year. We would engage all efforts to begin producing the event. Once we have the initial plan together, we'll go and solicit feedback from Finance and Community Services Commission. We'll certainly keep the council in the loop, but ultimately it would be direction from the council to produce the event and deliver a July 4th coordinated celebration at the Great Park, as Melissa and the team have described.
All right. That gives me a better understanding of how we would operationalize the motion were it to pass. Any further comments on the motion? I see. Did you request?
No, I think I was just going to ask Vice Mayor if we could friendly amendment to just work through the commissions and receive and file, but it sounds like City Manager Chi is going to do that, so that's wonderful. And I think there's some really nice, robust, not just finance, but on the Parks and Recreation side, on the community service side, I think it's some great ideas will come out of that. So if that's part of it, that's great. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Mai, Councilmember Liu, did you want to be recognized?
Well, if
You look
we're
like
just-
you did. Councilmember Mai is requested here. Do you want to be heard?
No. So I was just wondering if it's receive and file, then if they're not really doing anything, then, there's really no point going through it unless we are allowing them
Well,
to review it.
there's a
yes.
motion now that provides direction. I think that motion is properly in front of us. Councilmember Mai, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I fully believe that we're going to have more than enough sponsorships and interest from local businesses, small and large, that will be a part of this. I just wanted to add that people are very excited about this. And just like Mayor Agron said, there's going to be a lot of people that this is a small ask of many of the businesses in Irvine. We have 20,000 business licenses in Irvine. So small and large. I think a lot of people that I've spoken to already have already expressed interest to the point where they say, where do we give the money to? So just get ready to accept it.
All right. Anything further? There being no further comment from my colleagues, we have a motion properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
With reservation, yes.
Councilmember Cedar.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
Excellent. We move on now to the next item, item 5.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
Establishment of design build and progressive design build contract procurement procedures.
All right, at this time, one more time, those who wish to be participating with us electronically, please raise your hand so you can be admitted to the queue. We'll take public comment shortly. Right now, we'll turn to our city staff. Please introduce yourself and tell us what's in your presentation.
Will do. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure. Luis Estevez, your Acting Director of Public Works and Sustainability. It's my pleasure this evening to present to you a proposed ordinance establishing and implementing some new alternative public works project delivery methods. The city uses a traditional or also a conventional methodology to deliver public projects, capital improvement projects. It's typically known as the design, bid, build method. The process starts with project concepts developed for a project. We will then engage the services of a design engineer, receive proposals from them. The council would award a design contract. The design team then moves forward and prepares a full plans, specifications, and estimates for the project. The project then goes out to a public bid. The contract is then awarded by the city council to the lowest bidder, and then, of course, then the project moves forward into the construction phase. There are some advantages to this traditional method of delivering projects. It's a completely transparent and objective process, and really the metric is that the lowest bid wins the contract. And it also provides the city with complete control over the project design elements and performance standards. So the construction documents that we prepare, the technical specifications, basically take the contractor step by step through the process and deliver the project matching specifically exactly what the city is looking for. Of course, the drawbacks to that is that the low bid contractor is not always the best qualified or the most experienced. The delivery timeline for projects is also linear. There's very limited opportunities to sort of stagger the design and the permitting process and the construction activities. The process starts from A to E, and the first step has to finish before the next step can begin. So that, of course, takes longer, takes more time to deliver projects as a result of that. It doesn't allow for any kind of collaboration, really, between the designer and the contractor and the city. Those are all separate entities. It's all based off of the formal design that the city's designer prepares and that the contractor bids on. And this can sometimes lead to disputes and construction claims When you have a contractor that, for instance, misinterpreted the plans, or perhaps there's an issue with the plans that the designer allowed to get through there. And so unfortunately that does sometimes result in some claims in construction disputes that can result in higher project costs ultimately. An alternative method to deliver projects is called the design-build process, and that's where the designer and the builder are actually one joint entity. The process starts fairly similar. You have a concept of the project. You then procure a design team to provide some preliminary engineering, typically up to the 30% complete process. And then at that point, you undertake a pre-qualification process. So if you have a project that's particularly complicated or fairly unique, and you need to hire a contractor with a certain set of skills, you could go through a pre-qualification process to ensure that only those contractors with that specific skill set or experience can participate in the bid process. At that point, you would then solicit proposals and negotiate proposals from the contractors and the design-build teams on your short list. And then you could award a contract based also on qualification. Cost is also a factor as well, but you're really awarding the contract based on qualifications, not the lowest bid. And a side benefit to that is that when you award the contract, you're awarding it for a guaranteed maximum price. So when you sit down with a design-build entity, the designer and the contractor are able to collaborate on the most efficient and effective ways to design and deliver the project. And in doing so, they're able then to provide you with a guaranteed maximum price. So we'll deliver this project, everything contained within these plans for this set price. If there's any particular cost overruns or other issues related to the project, those are costs ultimately that the design-build entity have to incur. And then, of course, with that team, you move into the final design process, and then as soon as that process is complete, or most of it is complete, they can actually then begin construction in the different phases thereof. The advantages to this method is, again, especially if it's a project with particular skills that are needed, qualifications, you're awarding the contract based on qualifications as well as cost, but you're also afforded the opportunity now to stagger the design process and the construction process, thereby speeding up the timeline to deliver the project. And that is, of course, through a collaborative process with the city and the design builder entity. Then, of course, any design issues, any problems with the design package or the construction, that's really the design builder's responsibility then to remedy, because they've given you a guaranteed maximum price. The selection process is not as straightforward as the low bid selection. There is some subjectivity there, whereas the low bid process is very objective. It's the lowest figure wins. The specifications are not as comprehensive, so you do end up losing some control to the design builder, whereas the traditional method, where most of the city's projects are delivered, provides maximum control to the city in terms of the outcomes. And then sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes you'll have design teams that would rather provide a full design package and working with the contractor, as opposed to just providing the 30% bridging document. So you may have some trouble sometimes finding design teams that want to participate in that process. And then lastly, the last alternative that we've identified here is the progressive design-build methodology. It follows the same process as the design-build methodology. However, in this particular instance, if you're not able to come to terms with the highest-ranked contractor design-build entity that you've been working with, it provides you sort of an off-ramp at that point. You can then break away from negotiations with that particular team and then open up negotiations with a new team. Whereas with the design-build methodology, you really have to start the process from the very beginning. So you have to go back and reissue new qualification documents and pre-qualify a list of new contractors and design-build firms. Here, you're allowed to basically go back to the existing list, saving you some time, and to open up negotiations with a new team and to negotiate with that team until you arrive at terms. This process also provides, or this methodology also provides, a guaranteed maximum contract price as well. So it certainly helps the city or the agency control construction costs in that way. Again, the advantages and drawbacks are similar. Again, the big advantage to using the progressive design-build method is that it allows you that opportunity. If negotiations fail with the first team that you work with, you could go to the list and start negotiations with the second team. These two methodologies are now allowed under the California Public Contract Code, these particular sections noted here. It does allow for cities to award these projects in excess of $1 million for each project. And then for projects that exceed $5 million, agencies are allowed to award up to 10 of these contracts for projects through January 1st of 2030. And this is applicable to all public works projects, and we are required to report any of these types of contracts and arrangements to the state as well. The typical project, as I mentioned before, the vast majority of our projects and local government projects are the traditional design, bid, build process. But when we have projects that are particularly time sensitive, that there are time frames that need to be met, whether it's grant related or other factors at play, projects that are sufficiently complex or unique in design and construction, and then those projects that can benefit the most from new innovations, whether it's new materials, methods, things of that nature. This is the kind of project that you would want to use this kind of methodology on. It gives you the greatest amount of flexibility. We have some notable projects here that have been delivered in California through this type of methodology. And here in Irvine, we think that there are certainly some great park projects that we could utilize this methodology on as well. Library facilities, any community health and wellness facilities that we may construct in the future, as well as aquatic centers, pedestrian and bicycle bridges, and freeway ramps and interchanges in particular as well, because there's so many different agencies that you have to work with and kind of work through. And a lot of those projects are many years in the making as a result of that. So another good candidate project to use this methodology on. If adopted by council after the second reading on April 8th, the team will need to develop a handful of new documents in consultation with the city attorney's office to have specific RFQ, requests for qualification templates developed for this, specific contract language developed for these kinds of projects, and we would have those documents on the shelf for use in the future. At this moment, we don't have any projects right now that we would suggest using this methodology on. However, it does provide another tool in our toolbox for us to be able to deliver projects faster and more efficiently. Tonight's recommendation essentially is to adopt the ordinance as presented to incorporate the design build and progressive design build construction methodologies into our municipal code, both under Chapter 4 within design build projects and Chapter 4.7 progressive design build projects. And that concludes my presentation this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll turn now to my council colleagues. Councilmember Carroll.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. Very detailed, lengthy. I had a chance to read all this. There's no public commenters, so nobody's following what this is. Let me just try to ask you a couple of questions, and then I'm going to suggest, and very quickly suggest what I think we should do, and then I'm going to turn my microphone off so we can keep going because we have a million other items. This was put on by staff, not by, it's a council business, but the staff put it on. No one up here, I think, agendized this. So to understand, the limitation is $4,000, correct, under the city charter right now, or wherever it's set up. And if we go to progressive, when it goes to elects progressive design build, your authority goes, staff goes to $1 million, right?
No, Mayor and Council, any project above $220,000 has to go to a formal bid process.
Right.
In terms of awarding contracts, I believe anything over $1 million would have to be brought forward to the City Council for its consideration and approval.
So just to boil it down, you're requesting that the City Council give you additional authority from what to what?
The additional authority is to create a framework from which we can, rather than using a traditional bid methodology, is to go through a qualifications-based analysis. The dollar figures are that it has to be, by state law, projects that qualify are above essentially $1 million, and then you're allowed to do 10 projects in excess of $5 million. Those dollar figures would still require the council's approval. So if it was a $5 million project, a $10 million project, the City Council would still have to approve that. The benefit to the city is that we can secure a contract with the contractor based on their qualifications, not by the lowest bid received.
And the detriment to the five of us up here is we lose our decision-making process up to that point.
If I may interject, we're not, I apologize, Councilmember Carroll, if it wasn't clear. The staff isn't looking for any additional authority or change in authorizations. All existing authorizations would be maintained the same. What we're looking for council direction on is whether it be or not it would be okay to have a new contracting method. The current way that we contract, you have to first completely design the project, then go out to bid, and then select the lowest bid contractor for the particular project. We're looking for a proposed update to the municipal code that allows us to change the bidding process, where instead of having to design everything fully and then bid it, you can hire a designer and contractor together so that there's a maximum price established up front. The process and the approval thresholds, nothing is looking to be changed there. It's an additional procurement method through which, for larger capital projects, the real benefit is you can save some time, and usually the costs are a little bit more competitive, where the process allows you to bid the project out differently. So there's no change in any of the thresholds or approval amounts, only a process change as it relates to how we procure a contractor.
I just think from my perspective, just trying to watch all this stuff go by, is we're like the busiest city in the state of California, maybe the nation, that my thinking would be, and I'm done, and I appreciate that, City Manager, that we would put into this the recommended motion from staff some type of not just orally telling you, hey, let us know when you're going to go down progressive design build, but alert us formally in some manner. So if we can incorporate that, I mean, I'm happy to make that motion to incorporate in the ordinance that the council will be alerted before staff decides to elect the progressive design build route. And I think that probably gets you guys where you want to go. For me, at least, it gets me feeling more comfortable that I'll have a little more visibility, and we can kind of track it, our staffs can track it. We can interface better with you guys and your team and Public Works team.
Absolutely.
If you guys, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that.
I don't believe there's any concern that, in fact, we can, even before starting a progressive design build process, seek authorization before engaging that process from the council. It really is just a procurement method that speeds up project delivery and allows us to save some money.
Well, I just want to say I do appreciate this. And again, I want to just say that presentation was pretty detailed. That was pretty meaty, so thank you. I had some questions from the staff report, and I think the presentation, the slide deck really dialed it in for me. So I just want to thank you. I know you're acting, I know you're interim, but that was a full-time position report right there, so thank you. That wasn't easy. I've been up here a long time listening to staff reports, and some of them are not easy, and that was way up there, so thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder at this time.
Thank you. Yes, I really appreciate this presentation, and I can understand the need for streamlining this process. I do have a question, just a little bit about the procedure. So would this mean if we pass this, we would reach out to certain contractors and invite them to be the design builders, or is there going to be like a formal bidding process at any point?
Yes, it would be formal to the extent that we would put out a call for proposals. And so it would be open to any and all design build firms that are interested in the particular project that we're looking at. And then they would have a due date and when to submit their proposal, and then the staff would review the proposal, much in the same way that we would review a request for proposal, an RFP process. So it would be noticed publicly, and so everybody in the contracting and the design community would see it and be able to propose on it.
Okay, thank you. So then what happens when you're evaluating the bids? It seems like you're saying that now we go with the lowest cost bid, and that makes sense. But how will you evaluate those bids if we pass this?
The evaluation process is focused initially just on the qualifications of the firm. And once the top qualified firm entity has been identified, then that's when you start opening discussions about the cost. And so what we'll have up to that point is about a 30% preliminary project study report that they'll be able to review and understand what it is that we're after. And they'll be able to propose a price, and it's a guaranteed maximum price. And then the city can evaluate that and go back and forth and negotiate that price until we come to terms.
Okay, and how do you decide the other qualifications other than price, say?
It's going to vary project to project. So projects, if you've got a project that has, particularly unique building materials and methodologies, you'll want to make sure that you're talking to firms that have some experience with that. So they'll have to provide references and sample projects, similar projects that they've worked on, things that we could go out and see in the field. We could talk to those agencies as well and see how those contractors performed, as well as see if there's any issues or problems with that. So it's really going to be a matter of show us what you've done previously, and we'll take a look to see for ourselves the quality and the veracity of their work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the need for this, and it certainly is tempting. From my perspective, it seems like it would reduce the transparency of this process, and especially with the Great Park, we have hundreds of millions of dollars going into these projects, and I just want to make sure that we have some oversight and make sure that we have a very clear method by which we're evaluating the bids. But I do understand why this could be helpful, I'll just say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treceder. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick concern. I understand that we need to streamline it with all the construction going on, all the projects going on at the Great Park, and I appreciate you guys having this thoughtful process. But my only concern is there going to be, would we unfairly limit the opportunity for smaller firms that are doing construction or design, or are we hoping that maybe some of them can partner up in this method? Is that a possibility?
That is a possibility. Some could also, instead of being the general contractor, serve as a subcontractor in some kind of specialty capacity. But we're talking about projects that are really next level and complicated, and stuff that you don't build very often. And so there's only a handful of companies out there that do these kinds of projects. But that's not to say that a lot of the smaller firms could not participate in some capacity as well.
All right, thank you for thinking about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Do we have public comments at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one request to speak via Zoom from JB. JB, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Jay, can you hear us? And that is all, Mayor.
All right. With that, is there someone who would like to make a motion at this time?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Councilmember Carroll?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would respectfully make the motion, just again, further in line that we just, that we mentioned earlier, that staff's recommendation with the addition of the, alerting of the council, which can just be, by email, city manager to us all, that staff's thought about a process in this particular project so-and-so, and that we've decided we're going to, go do the progressive design build, which doesn't seem to interfere with Public Works' and city manager office goals in proposing this. That would be my motion.
Let me just make a suggestion that staff will take that as instruction, direction, but what we really need is a motion to introduce by way of first reading. Are you ready to read it?
We'll have the city attorney to read that for us, but I would like to introduce that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
And I'll read the title of the ordinance. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, amending Section 6-10-102 of Chapter 1 and 6-10-201 and 6-10-215 of Chapter 2 of Division 10 of Title 6 of the Irvine Municipal Code to incorporate provisions permitting the award of design-build contracts pursuant to Chapters 4 and 4.7 of Part 3 of Division 2 of the Public Contract Code.
Is that a motion?
I would move that accordingly. Thank you.
Councilmember Carroll moves it. I'll second it. Any further council discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 5-1 with Councilmember Treceder voting no.
Thank you. That takes us to item 5.4. Would the clerk please identify this business item by subject and title?
Consideration of a request by council members Liu and Go to discuss reviewing vehicle and pedestrian traffic control.
Thank you. To whom should I turn first? Councilmember Go, Councilmember Liu? Do you wish to be heard, or do you want to just hear from staff?
Let's start with the staff report, please.
All right. I guess staff took a look at this, and you can bring it before us now.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Agrin and fellow City Council members. My name is Wyatt Singh, and I am the Traffic Engineering Administrator within the city's Public Works and Sustainability Department. I'm here tonight to present on the topic of leading pedestrian interval as it relates to pedestrian and vehicular traffic control. Leading pedestrian interval, or LPI as it's known, is a traffic signal timing tool aimed to improve the visibility of pedestrians within a marked crosswalk at signalized intersections. LPI is programmed to delay the green indication for corresponding vehicular traffic while providing the walk indication to pedestrians. The image on the right is an example of pedestrians observing the walk indication and entering the intersection, while the green indication for vehicular traffic is provided later on, or delayed, if you will. LPI needs to be thoughtfully implemented to avoid traffic congestion and or traffic safety related issues. Beginning in 2016, the city has piloted the implementation of LPI in the city of Irvine. The city is one of few jurisdictions to institute LPIs in the region, with 25 locations currently featuring LPI at various crosswalks at said intersections. The map on the left shows the locations in the city where LPI has been implemented and are color-coded by the year in which they were implemented. We have chosen to initially focus on implementing LPI at locations with dual right turn movements, or 2 right turn lanes, and or unprotected left turn movements. An unprotected left turn being defined as a movement in which there are no protected green arrow indications for said movement. To date, LPI has been implemented on a case-by-case basis. Staff is currently in the process of retaining a consultant to develop uniform standards and guidelines for implementation at additional signalized intersections within the city. Standards and guidelines aim to consider the following items for implementation: pedestrian and bicyclist volume, vehicular volume, collision data, signal operation characteristics such as corridor synchronization and left turn operation. We'd like to highlight the importance of the corridor synchronization, as the implementation of LPI will impact the amount of time needed to service movements within an intersection. Additionally, we'll be considering and reviewing, as part of our standardization and guidelines process, intersection geometry, such as the number of lanes on a roadway, as well as the crosswalk length. We'll also be reviewing existing turn restrictions, as well as proposed turn restrictions that come with the implementation of LPI in order to accommodate said improvement. System enhancements, such as upgrades to pedestrian push buttons at an intersection to actuate the crosswalk, walk, and flash don't walk indications. And lastly, we'll be considering pedestrian line of sight and visibility with respect to other multimodal users at an intersection. With that, staff is here to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present on this item.
Thank you. Questions of staff. Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for that presentation. You know, I'm always amazed that as a former Community Services Commission chairman and a former planning commissioner and a former planning commission vice chair, and not being my land use, not being my background in public works, I'm always amazed at the level of effort and just the level of service that the city delivers to people, and at the level of service that the community development team delivers to applicants seeking the land use development and public works. And to you guys and to your predecessors doing this 6.5 years now, I'm just so fully impressed. I came from a place, a region called Long Island in New York. It did not have the benefit of master planning. It was a place that was really just kind of put together in a sense that it was very old in terms of population. So the main roads that were near my house where I grew up were Native American trails that were paved over, basically, and they didn't have the foresight or the ability to set this, to look at all the ways that things are done in terms of left pocket turns. And you know, this one particular road I'm thinking about, there was just no width for it. So you have a suicide lane, which I think you probably know is you have a one direction lane and another direction lane, and you have a lane that shoots through the middle, and these cars just try to navigate it, and they crash into each other and try to make these rogue lefts. Irvine is the furthest thing from that I could possibly imagine. I may not be a public works expert and a circulation expert like you all, but I do know the difference, having lived the first half of my life in a place with no planning and a place like Irvine, which has amazing, amazing planning. That being said, it sounds to me like we don't need this agenda item, and it is 8:40 p.m., and you're already doing LPI, so no offense to my colleagues, but there's nothing to vote on here. I just think you should my opinion is just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great work. We don't need to do any more. No one needs to score any wins here, and let's keep moving. This appears like a receive and file, because you've been doing LPI since 2016?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I guess that's our answer. I guess it would be great if we put stuff on the agenda, staff could tell the council members, hey, we've already done this. You know, because that would probably, help us all get home to our families. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just saying that this is great. But if I want to know about LPI, I could ask you guys for a briefing, right? So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai, Councilmember Liu, and then Councilmember Treceder.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to also just kind of understand what the motion would be on this, because it seems like we're already doing this. We're doing LPIs already. There's 25 locations. What have those studies shown us? The only thing I see here that is interesting or of note is the cost for a consultant. Everything else is you guys already doing it. I mean, I want to see has anyone thought of the traffic impact or the numbers on how much it would cost for a consultant for this? I mean, you guys are already doing this, so I'm not sure why this exists here and why we're talking about this when we are already conducting these studies.
Well, let's turn to Councilmember Liu, who might want to answer your question.
So just to answer some of these questions, this issue first came up from residents who approach us and ask us about putting in LPIs, or actually some of them are just expressing concerns about crossing some of the intersections in the city that they feel that are not as pedestrian friendly. And so we brought this up with the city staff, and we actually had a meeting to consult the experts, and we were told that there had already been 25 locations where we are experimenting or trying on these LPI intersections to increase pedestrian safety. And so for us, the direction that after we talked to the city staff and got additional information, the direction we're trying to give city staff is to maybe consider additional intersections with the focus on areas with students, heavy student traffic, and maybe with people with a higher area with seniors who are having issues crossing the street in time and are less visible. I personally have witnessed some seniors or people with disability on wheelchairs having a hard time when there's turns and they're in the crosswalk, and it could get quite dangerous. So that is what we're hoping to achieve with this memo and with this motion. And I believe that was, we're not requesting any additional study. It's basically just, we're asking if we'll be able to collect some data, and thank you for supplementing our meeting with the additional data that really gave us a little more directions to form our motion today.
Thank you. Let me just make my own comment and suggestion. There is no motion before us. I did read this with some interest. It sounds to me, you know, there's always this trade-off, pedestrians versus motorists, and making traffic flow much more difficult. It sounds to me like you don't have a sufficient record to put in front of us to say this is actually very much preferred intersection by intersection. Sounds like you're piloting these efforts, various intersections, but I didn't see any data accompanying this report. My feeling is, although this is very important and very interesting, it's the kind of thing where perhaps with the passage of a little time, you could make a more fulsome presentation to us later in the year, and we can really have the benefit of your analysis as to how the trade-offs have worked out. I can imagine some places where this would make a lot of sense. I can also imagine some places where it wouldn't make sense and, in fact, would be counterproductive, more dangerous. That being the case, those are my comments at this time, which kind of suggests this ought to be a receive and file. But with that, I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder, who's patiently waited, then Councilmember Go, and one more time, Councilmember Liu.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your report, and thank you to Council Members Liu and Go for agendizing this. It appears from the evidence that has been collected in other cities and countries that leading pedestrian intervals really do reduce harm to pedestrians and bicyclists. It seems like a fairly easy, straightforward way to make our city more friendly to pedestrians and bikers. I think that's something that, in general, we're hoping for the city. And I can tell you there are 2 intersections near University High that could benefit from this right now. I live near University High, and I've heard from many of my neighbors about the intersection of Bonita Canyon and Turtle Ridge being particularly dangerous for kids and bikers, also Culver and Campus. And in fact, they are getting pretty frustrated, and I'll say a little bit angry about the situation there. And I think that LPIs could help in this case, and probably in many other cases. This is just a place near my home that I know about. So I'm definitely supportive of this. It is hard for me to see why one wouldn't support it, but yeah, I'd love to hear from my other colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Go.
Yeah, compassion. That's why this is on the agenda. I know as a car culture, I'm guilty of it as well. I drive a lot, and we get impatient. But I'm also a cyclist. I'm a runner. I'm a pedestrian. I ride my scooter to commute. And to have that fear of getting run over or not being able to come home anymore is what we're here for. And as I see Chief Freeman up there, he can tell you he's never going to hear from a motorist that lost 3 seconds. But what he does see is a cyclist that's either dead or can no longer walk because somebody couldn't wait 3 seconds. So to respond to my council colleagues, I just want us all to have some compassion as we use our roads every day, because some of us are just trying to get home to our families. And really, it's important that we keep everyone safe. And I understand the traffic is a concern, and I'm not looking to make it so that every single light is implementing this, because that won't make sense. But there are a lot of street corners, and I have a list of 25 of them here that we have implemented, and you can commend the staff that we've started this since 2016. So we put this on there to shed light on this, because my fellow commuters should not be dying in our streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Councilmember Go, I think you were the final one. Councilmember Liu's name is off. All right.
No, I was gonna.
You were going to say something
I
further?
recognize. Sorry, I took it off because I thought you recognized me already. May I?
Yes, Councilmember Liu.
Well, so just to address this, that there is a 2022 state law that requires all Caltrans intersections to be replaced with the LPI's system whenever they are getting updated or replaced. Although I do not believe in cookie cutters that fits in every situation, and I will defer to the experts here that we have, the excellent city staff here that know what's going on, and they have the data to back it up. And the other issue that I would like to address is that there is a false dichotomy of motorists versus pedestrians. If we want to make sure that the city is becoming healthier and greener and trying to encourage people to ride their bikes and walk instead of always driving, then maybe we should try to continue to make the streets a little safer, which the city of Irvine is already doing. So I'm really hoping that we can, bring this awareness and continue to add more, or maybe if we don't need it anymore, we can reduce the number of intersections with the delay. I mean, it's really something to bring awareness and maybe give a focus on where we should be looking for that we might need to add them if needed. And the other thing is we've already learned that there is a way to do a timed period that will not stop the flow of traffic, right? Because currently these systems are computerized. The street lights are computerized, and we're able to change the program. And maybe what we can do is to, around the school where there's high student traffic during drop-off time and dismissal time, then we can have the delay for pedestrians in that sense. And then the rest of the day, we can have normal traffic lights, so we're not causing more congestions. All of these could be technologically available, and I don't see how this could be an issue up for debate, that whether we are going to value human lives more than any money. I mean, we're talking about spending $250,000 on a drone show. So I think this would be a small price to pay for human lives. And with this, I would like to see if we have any public comments. I see a lot of people sign up. If Mayor will allow that to be open.
I'll be happy to. Councilmember Mai. And then how many requests do we have for the public to be heard?
We have 13 requests to speak.
Oh my goodness. All right, we're gonna stop at 9 and decide what we're gonna do going forward. Councilmember Mai, and then we'll call on public commenters.
Sure, yeah. I just want to say this isn't an issue about compassion or lives being lost in the street or anything like that. It's not about the substance of this. The question is, why are we even doing this? Why are we even discussing this? When constituents come to me and they have an issue on things that are already being done in the city, I defer them to city staff. There's no reason that we should be discussing this here for this reason. It already exists. If there's anything, we should talk about how this was a pilot program since 2016 and hasn't been moved forward. If that's something that you want to talk about, we should talk about that and have something constructive and productive versus just flexing on whatever for whatever reason. Let's move on.
All right. With that, let's turn to public comment. You say there are how many requests?
Actually, no, we have 14.
14. Let's make them 90 seconds each.
Okay.
And then I think we'll have to decide how to dispose of this, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Doug Elliott, Tomas Castro, David, and Yusuf Kadesh.
What as they're coming forward, I just wanted to ask staff, do we have data-driven reports on how these various intersections since 2016 have been performing? Have they in fact been rendered safe or safer?
Nothing quantitative at the present. As part of our efforts moving forward, we do want to create criteria for implementation and then, do a frequent follow-up analysis for those future intersections once implemented.
All right, thank you. Mr. Elliott, welcome. That microphone's not quite working.
Is this better? Yeah,
There
we
it is.
go. Yeah. Once again, I'm Doug Elliott, a member of the Community Service Commission, speaking only for myself. I actually want to thank the council members for putting this on the agenda because it's something important to a lot of us who experience trying to cross busy streets as pedestrians. And the staff's presentation was informative. But I really want to echo Councilmember Go's comments, which I thought were eloquent and really get to the heart of whatever I would try to say. So rather than try to reiterate all that, I'll just say that I think anything that can enhance pedestrian safety, such as this, is a small price. The 3 extra seconds for a driver is a very small price to pay. With that, I'll conclude. I see my friend Commissioner Kadesh is in line, and I'm sure he'll be more articulate than I am on the issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Tomas Castro.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tomas Castro. I'm a longtime resident of Woodbridge, and I would like to urge you to move forward with leading pedestrian intervals on the agenda tonight. I want to thank council members Go and Lou for bringing this item forward. I grew up walking to school, first to Springbrook, then South Lake, Woodbridge, then IVC. At every one of them, my friends and I faced the dangers inherent to streets designed solely for cars. Several times, I had friends who were hit by cars while biking to school. LPIs are low-hanging fruit that we can use to address basic pedestrian safety by allowing kids a 3 to 7 second head start crossing the street. We increase their visibility to otherwise distracted drivers. The efficacy of LPIs is well-founded. Studies have shown that cities with this basic safety measure reduce pedestrian vehicle accidents by 59%. Let's make sure Irvine is one of those cities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
David.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is David Martinez. LPIs provide the following benefits: increased visibility of crossing pedestrians, reduced conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles, increased likelihood of motorists yielding to pedestrians, and enhanced safety for pedestrians who may be slower to start into the intersection. That is not me saying this, that's the United States Department of Transportation. Another Department of Transportation, Caltrans, contends that LPIs increase pedestrian visibility, reduce conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles, increase the likelihood of motorists yielding to pedestrians, and enhance safety for pedestrians who may be slower to start into the intersection. Additionally, costs for implementing LPIs are very low since only minor signal timing alteration is required. This makes it easy and inexpensive countermeasure that can be incorporated into pedestrian safety action plans or policies and can become routine agency practice. Caltrans also indicates that LPIs can reduce pedestrian vehicle crashes by approximately 40%. 40% is what you guys can do right now. Caltrans has a state law where they say that they have to implement LPIs on residential districts, business activity districts, safety corridors, school zones, and areas with a high concentration of pedestrians and cyclists. I would encourage you all to implement LPIs in those places as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yusuf Kadesh.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Yusuf, a longtime resident of Irvine, also a member of the Transportation Commission. I mean, it doesn't get, LPIs don't get more low, there's nothing more low-hanging fruit than LPIs. And, you know, I think in terms of next steps, the question is not put them everywhere. Like, no one's suggesting that. It's just study it, find more opportunities out there, because there are more opportunities. I feel very strongly that there are more opportunities. You know, there are lots of school areas, lots of senior communities. There are lots of high pedestrian activity areas in the city where we're trying to, you know, especially where there's high density housing, things like that. And, you know, it's just study it, slow. We're not going out of our way enough to explore this technology. That's what the merit of discussing it today is. And, you know, I can mention cities of Costa Mesa, Placentia, Fullerton. The county has a program to install 59 of them throughout their jurisdictions. Caltrans mandates it through all new intersections that they have, including in Irvine. If you have seen, for example, Culver in the 5, the world hasn't ended because cars had to slow down for 3 seconds. Traffic is fine. It's a very, very small price to pay for immense safety benefits. It is truly, people don't notice it most of the time. It is truly low-hanging fruit as it comes. And I was just asked to...
Thank you. Your time is up.
...to just start studying it and gradual implementation.
Thank you for your comment. Let me, before we take further comment, just understand, I just need to understand something. Are we actively pursuing new sites for this now?
To this point, our next step in our LPA analysis had been internally the development of new standards. How do you assess the viability of LPIs? Where should we be implementing them in the future? To this point, the implementation, as you heard from staff, has been fairly haphazard. It's been based on requests from public, when staff has seen opportunities where it might make sense in a very narrow band of area. The challenge with LPIs is that when you implement them at one intersection, if it's not coordinated across a series of intersections, it may just be 3 to 6 seconds of time, but that 3 to 6 seconds on a long stretch of road can create additional traffic-related issues or safety issues that the engineering staff analyzes and assesses consistently. And so currently, the 25 intersections, there's routine assessment and review of, do we need to tweak the timing a little bit here or there? We have a full traffic management staff that monitors every intersection in town to assess traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Our next step really had been internally. This year, we're in the process of engaging a consultant to help develop a master plan of standards. When would it make sense? When would it not make sense? And as Councilmember Liu and Councilmember Go mentioned, we did have a chance to sit down, identify sort of what the existing work plan is. And I think the conversation tonight was really going to be geared towards, is there anything else that the council would like us to do on this front or not, I think has been our understanding.
So, again, just to understand, you're going to be engaging consultants, and that will be covered in the next 2-year budget.
I believe it's already budgeted for currently. We're in the process of engaging the consulting team now.
Okay. So nothing is being asked of us tonight. This is moving forward, is that correct?
This was in response to the memo submitted by Councilmember Go and Councilmember Liu. And I think the request in the memo was, if I recall correctly, to assess other locations where LPIs might be viable, if I read the memo correctly.
And if I understand you, we're doing that?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so this is mostly informational. We're doing this. Is there an inclination to accelerate this in some way? If not, the direction to you is basically keep doing what you're doing.
You know, again, I would defer to the council to really inform,
Yeah.
are we
I-
meeting the
I
council's
think
expectations? on
Unless
this
we
one?
begin to address that, we're gonna be sitting here another hour talking about something that may be ongoing now. I think everybody's of the same mind. If this is providing extraordinary benefits, well, we want to move forward with it. It sounds like we are moving forward. All right.
I would concur with that.
This is why I ask of my colleagues, when you put something on the agenda, be prepared to come with a motion that provides some direction. Otherwise, we're sitting here talking among ourselves, all trying to kind of make a motion in our minds when perhaps none is even needed here.
May I be recognized to make a motion, please?
All right, Councilmember Liu.
Okay, so I think this will provide some clarification so we can stop the discussion of whether this memo is redundant. So here's my motion. I move to direct staff to identify opportunity areas for increased leading pedestrian interval, LPI, signal timing, and begin gradual implementation where appropriate. I also request that staff specifically evaluate the following areas for potential LPI installations: intersections with permissive left turns in double right turn lanes, school routes, senior communities, and intersections with high volume of pedestrian activity, and to return to the City Council with their findings within the next 60 days. This will give the staff a little more specific direction and a more systematic study on what we're doing to implement LPI. And this is not because we just kind of feel like telling staff to continue doing what they're already doing.
Do you have the wording on that motion?
I'll be honest, Mayor, I don't. You went a little too fast, Councilmember Liu. I apologize.
I'm sorry. Just trying to save everybody time. I'll read it again slower. I move to direct staff to identify opportunity areas for increased leading pedestrian interval, LPI, signal timing, and begin gradual implementation where appropriate. I also request that staff specifically evaluate the following areas for potential LPI installations: intersections with permissive left turns and double right turn lanes, school routes, senior communities, and intersections with high volumes of pedestrian activity, and to return to the City Council with their findings within the next 60 days. And obviously, we're going to have to rely on their expertise on whether this is feasible.
All right, the motion is offered by Councilmember Liu. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Go. We're in the middle of hearing from residents. This is another reason. Forgive me for sharing this, but I ask for people to come forward with specific motions in advance of council meetings so that we can also make those motions available to the public so they can speak to the specificity of the motion. We'll struggle through this, I know, tonight, but believe me, it just makes it so much easier for everybody if council members get a motion in front of us, preferably in advance of the meeting, but certainly in advance of consideration of the item. With that, is there a second? That was Go, who seconded. I have 3 requests to be heard. Councilmember Carroll?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, were there more public speakers?
There are more public speakers.
I'll hold back.
If you would hold off then, and the others will hold off, we'll hear from the public speakers. If they absorb the motion, they may wish to speak to the motion. That would be helpful as well. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is James. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm James from Woodbridge. I support the motion in its entirety. So I will give you a story of two places where I walk. One is near the Spectrum at Irvine Center Drive and Pacifica. There, when I am trying to cross Irvine Center Drive to get to the Spectrum for lunch, I'm with a crowd of other office workers, and there's a handful of cars turning right, and when the light turns green, the pedestrian signal is on, I always have to watch out. There's so many instances of drivers just not watching. When they see green, they just have an automatic reaction to hit the accelerator. And there's been many, many close calls I've had where I am about to step out and the car just floors it and I feel the wind pushing against my face. That is not how I want to be experiencing walking. But when I lived in the area near Heritage Park, I often frequented Heritage Plaza, and there was a leading pedestrian interval there. So when I crossed the street over there, the pedestrian light would turn green for a few seconds before the cars turning got the green. And because of that, even if the driver is not paying attention to their sides, they can see the pedestrians going right in front of them. And
Thank
that
you.
makes
Your time
all
is
the
up.
difference.
Our next speaker is Ankur P. Ankur, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Ankur Parikh. I'm a junior at Woodbridge High School, and I wanted to thank Councilmembers Liu and Councilmember Go for bringing this forward. As a cross-country runner, I run through a lot of intersections in the city, and I see a lot of cars that make right turns without looking at pedestrians first. It's especially when they're going 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. It's not very safe for pedestrians, for runners, for cyclists crossing the street. So when there's a leading pedestrian interval, such as at University and Culver, being in the street before the light turns green, it really improves visibility. It's a lot safer to cross, and it's not a great intersection to cross. It's still a wide road, but it's considerably better than other intersections. I would also want more, especially near schools, so that students feel safe walking and biking to school. That way we can have less people that have to drive to school, which reduces congestion on our roads and also reduces our environmental impact as more people can walk and bike to school. So I strongly support this motion to expand leading pedestrian intervals, especially near schools across the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Dylan Slayton. Dylan, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, I'm a student at Cal State Long Beach, and I walk and bike often in Long Beach where we have a lot of LPI, and I find that it really makes me feel safe. I haven't had any close calls or incidents. I really find that as a Band-Aid solution, it does work very well in many pedestrian-focused areas. And I think that it should be expanded, not to everywhere, of course, but it's very helpful for a car-centric area. I would like a much better focus towards car alternatives for transportation, but in the meantime, I think that it should be something that should be used a lot more with some good thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is JB. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hello. Sorry for the my mic not working last night. But anyways, I wasn't really going to talk about LPIs, but just listening to this meeting, I thought I could chime in with my thoughts. I think the polarization of this issue from both sides is false. This is not a topic that we have to just think about level-headedly, and the way forward is the case-by-case basis that we have been doing. I agree that the presentation in this form that was presented could have been just a receiving file, but the fundamentals of city council is that each council member is allowed to agendize whatever they want when they identify a need that's not being met. So I think this might be on the fault of council members Liu and Go, but the actual way to move forward productively and concretely with this is just ask which specific intersections they actually want to have LPIs, and then talk about the specifics of if they should be implemented or not afterward. And I think that's something that's encompassed in the motion that was presented. Just speaking as like someone, as an Irvine resident, I saw in the presentation the Yale Portola intersection is an LPI, and I've got to say, as a Northwood student, there's a lot of car traffic in the mornings going into Yale, turning onto Yale into the entrance to Northwood, and there's a lot of e-bikes, bikes, pedestrian traffic that goes across to get into the Northwood entrance. And I was surprised that there's an LPI there, but it definitely seems fitting because you got cars rapidly turning on into Northwood, and you've got kids that are crossing.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Nishka. Nishka, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. My name is Nishka, and I live in Woodbridge. This is my first time giving public comment, which shows how strongly I feel about this. I really would like Irvine to implement more LPIs. Just a few weeks ago, a family member was crossing the street and was hit by a car turning left who had not seen her in the intersection. She was not jaywalking. She had had the walk signal, and it was broad daylight. She was thankfully not badly injured. But regardless, this kind of thing should never happen in any city at any intersection. In her situation and in so many others, an LPI could have prevented the collision by allowing her to get into the line of sight of any turning cars before they even enter the intersection. From a driver's perspective, I drive a lot in Irvine. Waiting a few extra seconds really doesn't matter and wouldn't matter to me, but it could make a world of difference for pedestrians and bikers and has the potential to save lives. LPIs are operationally very easy and cheap to implement, especially relative to all of the other measures Irvine considers to make the city safer. They're low cost, high reward. And in my mind, this is a no-brainer to implement, at least initially, with some of the low-hanging fruit intersections that Councilmember Liu mentioned and others have mentioned and around schools. I implore you to please implement more LPIs in Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. For a first-time caller, I hope you'll call again.
Our next speaker is Dane Karstens. Dane, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, I just want to say that I'm extremely in favor of LPIs. There was a comment from Councilmember Liu that I really liked, that they are a small price to pay for human lives. And that's really how I feel about it. Do I think that these are the end-all, be-all, and that they will completely solve traffic deaths? No. Do I think they're a low-cost, high-impact solution that could save some actual human lives? Yeah, I do, and I think that's worth the money, and therefore you should support them, wherever we can afford. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Melissa Masri. Ms. Masri, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I just wanted to speak out in favor of this motion. I wasn't planning on speaking today because I worked like 12 hours, but with the youth, and I'm a little tired, but I felt like this was very, very important. So I ride my bike, I walk, and I drive, and any of those activities are impacted by these lights not having the LPIs. When I'm driving, I sometimes can't tell whether the pedestrian or the bicyclist, which way they're planning on going. So I'm waiting anyway. If you have any kind of conscience, you're going to wait anyway until you're sure they're going in which direction they're going before you decide to turn. And so this should not impact traffic because people should already be waiting when there's pedestrians. And for the people who aren't, then they really need that signal. For people who are tired after work, not paying attention, it's dark. More and more when I go ride my bike at night, I see lots of youth out there and they need all the help they can get to be safe. You know, there's so much that's not being done that we need to do to embrace our youth. And this is one very simple, cost-effective solution. I spoke to a whole bunch of bicyclists outside of Target who were like 15, 16. And once they realized I was not there to attack them because I'm 50 and they're used to being asked negative questions and being given negative comments by the public. And I said, you know, hey, there's no bike racks. And they said, yeah, we're going to get our bikes stolen. We don't have anywhere to park. We don't have anywhere.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And they were they started talking to me about these safety issues that they're worried about. And I tried to get them to come to city council, but they told me.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Adriana Maestas. Adriana, you may unmute your mic.
Hi there. I frequently walk in the city and experience how dangerous our intersections are. I have almost been hit by cars several times, even when I have the green go signal for pedestrian crossing. I'm tired of feeling like I could become pedestrian roadkill. So little is done to protect pedestrians in this city compared to other municipalities that it feels like city leadership doesn't want residents walking around the city. So I support the motion and any effort to protect pedestrians such as LPIs.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jason Garshfield. Jason, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, hey everyone. So as you all know, I take traffic safety very seriously. I've spoken about that before. I'm both a driver and a pedestrian, but let me propose to you that one of the reasons why drivers might keep running through intersections is because driving in this city sucks. It takes half an hour to go 2 miles. And if those problems were fixed, I think paradoxically, you might see a lot of drivers going slower. So when we talk about 3 seconds, it's important to remember this is cumulative. This is going to add up to many hours. And there's a number of things we could do to reduce traffic fatalities, including lowering the speed limit to 5 miles an hour. So we do at some point need to take into account trade-offs. Now, I remember last year the city attorney spoke about using the stick to meet climate goals, and that would theoretically involve doing things to make driving more difficult, like getting rid of parking spots. So this would seem to be in line with that, and I'd like to express my concern in that regard. So if 3 seconds is a very small deal, then I suggest we first find a way to make driving 3 seconds faster, and that shouldn't be too difficult for the city. And once that's done, I would suggest we consider putting this in place.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Mayor, we have one late sign up. I'll defer to you if we take it.
One last one?
One last one.
Okay, we accept no more.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Joshua Moore. Mr. Moore, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Joshua Moore, resident of Woodbridge. The public testimony has made a highly compelling case that LPIs are effective at saving lives. If the approach to implementing them so far has been, as the city manager said, haphazard, it seems like the city council ought to provide instruction to staff that they be more thorough in their approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your comment.
And that is all, Mayor.
That concludes the public testimony. I can see two of my colleagues wish to be heard. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Mai. There is a motion before us. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate all the public comments. Very informative. It's good to get an idea of challenges that pedestrians and bikers are facing across the city. I also think that this discussion is very helpful between the council members. I understand we're all tired and it's late, but this is important. These are potentially children's lives that could be saved, and I think it's worth doing this. I also want to give my support to council members Liu and Go for the memo that they wrote. It was very informative. To me, it seemed clear what they were asking for. It is the discretion of the council members when they make a motion. They're not required to make a motion right at the outset. Sometimes you might want to listen to the discussion. In fact, I think that sometimes that is really beneficial. So you craft a motion that tends to be more readily accepted by the majority. Overall, I think that this is very useful. I appreciate council members Liu and Go, and I appreciate the staff for this report, and I appreciate the public commenters. I think this discussion is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Mai.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Agron. This is, again, not about the substance. It's not about LPI or not. It's LPI. I live in an area where LPI is implemented, and it's beneficial to the children. I have 2 children that cross streets. I walk, I bike, and it is beneficial. That's not the question here. This motion and the discussion of this, and even this motion, the staff is already doing this. I do not see why are we directing them to do something that they are already doing? It's just, we're using emotions. It doesn't change the reality. The reality is there's already a pilot program in place. There's already a consultant being consulted on. We need the data. We need something productive. We need something moving forward. Telling them to do the exact same thing that they already are doing is not beneficial.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Carroll.
In case the last two times that when I read my motion was not very clear, it was to allow a more, well, the purpose of this motion is to allow a more proactive and systematic approach to implementing LPI in the city. And like I said, we did, after receiving numerous resident complaints or actually requests, that we have had meetings with city staff to understand, and thank you for all the information that you've given us to educate us. And not once were we told that this is something we've already been doing and there is no point bringing this motion. And just like Councilmember Treseder mentioned, that the fact that there is no motion in the memo is because it will be better for us, more beneficial to have a motion crafted based on what feedback we're getting from public comments, from the additional presentation prepared by the staff, and also the opinion of the council members on the dais. And I don't understand why we spend this much time on something that you all thought was a waste of time, but I would like to see if we can move on with this.
Councilmember Carroll.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I can try to explain some of that from my perspective. I'll be voting no. I believe this is going to fail 3-3, and we spent an hour on it. The staff is already doing it. There are two things. What I learned doing the 6 years, I'll just say to the audience and the video and everybody up here, is you learn that there's like track one, this is what's happening, what you see, what people calling in say, and then there's track two and track three, what you don't see. So what's happening is, I guess if my colleagues had said, instead of thanking staff and praising staff, said, staff, we love you, you're failing. Engineering, you're not doing a good job. This LPI is a mess. It's a patchwork, it's not working, and we need to do something different. Staff was not called out. Staff was praised by the people up here. So it's either, to me, logically, staff engineering has failed in its approach on LPI, which I wholly disagree with based on what the city manager has briefed us all on just now, or this is an open streets movement. This is a people over cars movement, which is fine. I disagree with it. It's okay. The same people that are here on other issues want to talk about that. The same people want to call in and talk about cars. Streets are for people, not cars, I think our transportation commissioner once said. And he comes up here and he talks about this, and I think it's great. We respectfully disagree, and I'm the guy that got elected, so I get the vote. So here's how it happens. And again, we have a lot of inconsistency, council members, because this item, and by the way, let me just say one other thing. Staff council members are never going to tell you, don't put that on the agenda, okay? Staff is not going to dissuade you. They're going to do everything they can. They're an incredibly helpful staff. But let's just call a spade a spade. So if you're going to propose something, say engineering has fallen down on the job, and be honest about it and be respectful, or say this is an open street. This is a people over cars movement. And that's okay too. I'm still a no on both. And this is going to fail, and this was an hour and 5 minutes. I think that's the point. To say that this is a waste of time is kind of funny, because I agree with the proposer that it is a complete waste of time. I don't know if we're going to get to these other items now because of this. These are important items. You know, and again, let me try to conclude with something positive, which is, again, from the consistency perspective, we have these bodies. Each of us get appointees. One of them represented that he was a member of the Transportation Commission. I don't remember the chair of the Transportation Commission or my commissioner. Does the Transportation Commission get to see this? Would the council members like to send it down there? Because the Transportation Commission, see, I was a commissioner. I wasn't appointed a commissioner. I was appointed for an election title, okay? I was appointed commissioner by then Mayor Stephen Choi, and I sat on these commissions for about 8 years, okay? So let's get real here, people. Send this down to the transportation. Let Youssef and his 5 other colleagues deal with it and have a study session, because that's what we did on the commissions. And then have them send something up here for us to look at. But with all due respect, there are no traffic engineers up here on this dais. Thank you, Mayor. I'm voting no.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Treseder,
I think we should just vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
If I may address that last comment, it was just about, this is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this because I'm new to council, but I'm assuming this is what we propose, and then there's a study, and then it'll go to a commission, right? So I don't know if this is completely out of line, but I obviously have not accused of the staff of doing anything that, and I know that staff is very supportive of all what we're doing, but you know, I believe Councilmember Go and I are of decent intelligence to understand the difference, whether it is a waste of time for us to write a memo and conduct more study on this, and quite frankly, spending the last hour of our lives trying to defend something that we didn't think would be controversial. So with that said, I would agree with Councilmember Treseder that we should just go for a vote.
Well, first I'm going to comment. I have no further requests for comment on the motion, and I'm going to be voting in favor of the motion, which basically, to me, says keep on doing what you've been doing, but do some more specific things as well, which is fine. That's fine by way of direction. This is an important issue. For some of us, it's kind of unfamiliar terrain. I'd love to see some data. When I heard about what Caltrans studies have shown, that to me is very, very impressive. It's something I didn't know. All of which suggests to me that, kind of in keeping with what Councilmember Carroll said, we need to invoke a procedure that we used to use a lot more, which is to schedule on this issue and perhaps other traffic-related and safety-related issues, a study session, kind of an open-ended study session where we can quite literally receive reports and study what has been going on in this area, where we've been making progress, and coming out of that would be some real forethought about what direction we ought to take or how we ought to accelerate policy or whatever. Again, maybe it's the lawyer in me. I like to see things written out in advance, proposals written out in advance, so you can give some thought to it in advance and not just have what amounts to kind of a bull session up here. That to me is not good governance. I am going to vote for this with the understanding that when this comes back to us, it might be with a recommendation that we schedule it, our further review or further direction. We schedule it as part of a study session. It could be inclusive of the Transportation Commission, if that's appropriate. I just think we have to do a better job procedurally if we're going to make headway on this and other issues that otherwise wind up on the council agenda. With that, okay, Councilmember Carroll, did you wish to be heard?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So I too agree that we do have to kind of stand on process, and we do have to stand on the way things are done around here. And we have a number of commissioners, even in the audience here at 10:35 tonight. I see a few. I would like to make a substitute motion, which I think could could be, or my colleagues could be supportive of, which is we do the right thing from a process perspective, which is not necessarily take this and turn it upside down in this way or that way, because I think that the study session that you speak of, Mayor, is properly agendized. I mean, there may be people that just want to rush this right now, but we each of us appointed a transportation commissioner. I know that Commissioner Sid Wu, some of the intersections are actually right where he lives that were talked about tonight, is going to want to dive into this, just like he dives into and spends scores and scores and hours, as each one of our transportation commissioners do, council members, on these issues. Not one transportation commissioner, but the other 5, the total of 6, and there will be a 7th soon. So I'd like to make the substitute motion simply that we send this memo and staff and you know, City Manager Chi down to the Transportation Commission. The commissions are they serve at our pleasure. We created them as a city council many years ago. We're allowed to direct them to hold a study session. I think we should do that. My substitute motion that we direct the Transportation Commission to hold a study session on this LPI, have the same staff group, and they can spend 4 hours on this. And a study session is, for everyone's knowledge, is Brown Act. The same speakers can come on in. They can still get their win. We can have this come back to the city council, and we could have it heard in the next 30 days. If that, would we be able to have the Transportation Commission hold a study session on council members Lou and Go's memo in the next 30? That would probably be in the either the next Transportation Commission or the one thereafter. Would that be? Is that just from a process? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. That would
so,
certainly be a proper request from council if that was the council's desire.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my substitute motion, that we have our properly designed commission, all of which have dove a lot deeper into transportation than, well, I'll speak for myself. Mike, my commissioner, he's about as good on transportation as any layperson who's not an engineer can get. And he's been doing it for years and years and years, 6 years. I'd like him to hear this. So that's my substitute motion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mai. Let me speak to the substitute motion. I think it would be, we're going to wind up spending 20 minutes on the substitute motion. This was going to happen. So I would just suggest that the idea of getting the Transportation Commission involved, which is a good idea, and they could hold an in-depth study session. I would just suggest that this be tacked on as an amendment to the main motion being subject to this being referred as well to the Transportation Commission to study the matter. And I think that way the main motion can go forward, and we will have the benefit of the Transportation Commission's involvement.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Unfortunately, the process is there. I appreciate it, but it feels like Solomon to me. The commissions either do their job and then they bring it to us, or we decree right now by vote that, which, you know, is going to vote. I mean, I'm still no on the primary notion, on the motion that LPL, that we will judge what LPL is, and the Transportation Commission can kind of come along as a caboose. We're sort of like, to me, we're defanging the Transportation Commission. That's why my motion is to send it, and we can vote on the substitute motion right now. It's fine if no one wants to speak on it. I think 2 members do. You know, I'd like a vote on that. I'm sorry.
All right. Speaking to the substitute motion, Councilmember Treseder, Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Mai. In that order.
Thank you. I prefer the original motion. I appreciate the thought of sending it to the Transportation Commission and fully support that. I just don't want that to be a mechanism for delaying this. It sounded like from what many members of the council were talking about up here earlier, that this seems pretty, it's already being done. It seems pretty straightforward. We don't even need to discuss this. So I'm not sure why we also need to stop and then have the Transportation Commission assess it and then come back and have a study session. I think that probably we have the information we need to vote on this now. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Mai.
So I would not be opposed to amending my original motion to go through the Transportation Commission. But just a reminder that the commissioners are not all necessarily people who have the expertise like our city staff, and that's, at least I know that my commissioner has the expertise in urban planning and traffic type of information or issues. But I'm not sure that's, I mean, I'm a lawyer, I have no knowledge in finance, and I was appointed to the Finance Commission, but just by way of example. So I would not be opposed to that. I'm so sorry, let me finish. So having said that, I hope it doesn't cause any more delays, and I think it will be actually more efficient if the city staff actually have something for the Transportation Commissioner to review, rather than have people who may not have the expertise on road design and traffic safety have a 4-hour or however many long hours of study session to decide whether this is a good idea. So, Mayor, I appreciate that you proposed that alternative. So if that is acceptable?
It's fine. It occurred to me, it doesn't even require an amendment. The Transportation Commission can put it on its own agenda, and staff would show up, would you not?
We would, yes.
All right. So, again, we're getting so bogged down in procedure here. It's really nuts. And as I indicated, I'm okay with voting on the main motion. I just think it's kind of obvious to me that you do want to involve the Transportation Commission. I think that will happen. Just any one of them can put this on the agenda, and they can look at it, and they should look at it, and we can move forward on 2 tracks at once. All right? Anything further? Councilmember Mai.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Once again, it's not about the substance. I think what Councilmember Carroll was saying is a matter of practicality. We've already done this with the city staff. Nothing against city staff. You guys do a wonderful job. I'm not criticizing you in any form, shape, or way. But I think that going to the Transportation Commission could possibly move the needle forward and be productive. As it is, we're already doing this study, and it's happening. It's been happening. The pilot program's been happening for years. Again, it's been happening again and again for years. Let's just get it going. Let's get some sort of direction, some sort of production here. I mean, we don't even have a study. We don't even have a data analysis of the benefits on here. I mean, we can say all we want. Yeah, we have an opinion, personal opinion about LPIs. I have a personal opinion. I think it's great. Again, it's not the substance, but we need some factual data and something there to say, hey, we should expand this into certain areas, into other areas. We don't have anything like that right now. We just have opinions. So, I mean, you guys are already doing that. Move it forward.
Might I offer one bit that may help? Luis Wyatt, in terms of the study that we're currently coordinating, can you provide the council with a quick overview of the timeline? And then based on that, that can provide maybe some insight into how we can hopefully move this whole thing forward in a productive way. It sounds like there's consensus on the council. We should look at this. The process is what we're trying to figure out right now. So internally, Wyatt, what is the current timeline and plan for engaging the study that you've been working to develop?
Yes, the current timeline, as previously mentioned, we are trying to get a consultant on board. We have their tentative proposal in hand, and city staff is reviewing it, so we're hoping to get them on board within the next handful of weeks to a month. And then from there, we're hoping we can have the comprehensive standards and guidelines created, maybe 3 to 4 months after that. And from there, that gives us the opportunity as an agency and as a department to be more proactive in implementing this at intersections moving forward.
Based on that process, what I might suggest for the council's consideration is allow the staff to finish the assessment and then provide us direction to review the findings with the Transportation Commission in a more intensive study. Based on their review, then we can bring the whole item forward here in a couple of months with full recommendations on how we might move forward in implementing LPIs in a way that might make sense.
All right,
Perhaps that's a way to move
That
forward.
seems reasonable, but it's different from the motion that was offered.
And again, whatever the council's direction is, we're
No,
happy.
don't say that.
My
What do you
recommendation,
want? What do you want?
My recommendation would be what was just laid out. Allow us to, we probably can shave some time off of the duration of the study, but if you can give us 90 to 120 days to finish the assessment, we will have the assessment done, review the findings with the Transportation Commission shortly thereafter, bring the recommendations from the transportation and the study back to council for final review. I think that would be a logical way to move this forward based on the comments I've heard from council this evening.
Well, that's very different from the motion that was offered,
Mayor,
but it sounds eminently reasonable to me. That's just me.
And I'm happy to
Now
remove
I see
myself
Councilmember Carroll wants to be heard.
I just want to very quickly say I would happily, if the primary makers, I would happily remove the substitute motion. We could just, I think we could probably get 6-0 on that. The city managers, if they want to go in that direction, that's exactly where we wanted to go.
All right, Councilmember Liu.
So if that's the timeline that I will require, I mean, that's essentially what our motion is asking the city staff to do, but, minus the timeline. So if that is the timeline that is required realistically to have a comprehensive study, maybe that I will be happy to amend that. So would 90 days be sufficient?
Would that work for the team? White?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you're just changing your motion, or you're just accepting what the city
I am
manager
amending
said?
my motion. So instead of 30 days, we'll have 90 days.
And if
Is that
it'd be okay-
acceptable?
Absolutely, and if it's okay to
Yes,
also
and I can
include the
also,
step with the Transportation Commission, I
Yes,
think that could
and-
add some value.
I can also add specifically that it has to go through Transportation Commission.
All right, now, I just want to know what the motion reads as now.
Based on my understanding, I think the motion is that within the next 90 days, that staff would complete our LPI study, bring that study then upon completion to the Transportation Commission for review and analysis. Once Transportation Commission is finished with their analysis, bring all of the recommendations and the study findings back for full city council consideration.
With specific focus on the areas. Right.
All right, so we're really taking Mr. Chi's words here, and those are now constituting the motion.
Can we have Mr. City Clerk repeat the motion, just so we know what we're all?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So the motion, as I understand it, is to give staff 90 days to complete the LPI study and then refer to the Transportation Commission for its review and analysis and return to the City Council for full consideration. And then Councilmember Liu added and to specifically analyze specific areas. That's the motion as I understand it.
All right. Do you take that to be your motion, Councilmember Liu, or does somebody else have to move that as a substitute? If you would just take it as your own motion, withdrawing your previous motion and the second.
Well, I'll be a little more specific. I'm sorry. I just with the specific focus on permissive left turn, double right turn lanes, school routes, senior communities, and intersections with high volume pedestrian activities.
I'm sorry, where are we now?
So Councilmember Liu added about evaluating specific areas, specifically intersections with permissive left turn and double right turn lanes, school routes, senior communities, and intersections with high volumes of pedestrian activities.
Isn't that part of your study anyway?
That is correct.
All right. All right, we sort of have a hybrid here. Mr. Chi's words and Councilmember Liu's words combined together in a motion. Is that all right with the second? Who seconded?
I second it.
You seconded it?
Yes.
All right. And you seconded as reworded. All right. We have a motion properly before us. Did you wish to be called upon, Mr. Carroll?
I do. I just want to make sure that is that list exclusive or is it inclusive? I can't understand, because the Transportation Commission should be able to really dig in and do everything they can with staff as possible. So it wasn't clear to me, council member. Is that an inclusive list or an exclusive? I don't want to go ahead and vote on anything. I'm happy to provide a yes, but it felt like that was an exclusive list.
Add the words to the motion, including but not limited to.
Oh, fine.
It will be inclusive, obviously, based on.
Great. Then I can actually ask my commissioner to look at it. Okay.
All right. Why don't we have a roll call now?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Trezeder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0.
All right. Let me tell you where we are. There have been many requests to conduct our council meetings in a way that we can all be headed home by 10 o'clock. That's as a courtesy to the public at large, as well as to ourselves and our staff. That being the case, I'm going to try to do that for tonight. That would mean taking some of these things off the agenda and putting it on a future agenda. I'm willing to take the item that I have on the agenda regarding the master plan for forestation, getting a report on that, and giving further direction on that matter. It would be very brief, but it can wait. Mr. Chi, aren't you in agreement that that could wait to another agenda? All right. That leaves two other items. One is Councilmember Liu regarding the establishment of a permanent library and community center in District 1. That's a big topic. I don't think we can do it justice in 10 minutes or even an hour and 10 minutes. I would request that that be put off to a future council meeting, even if it necessitates our calling a special meeting at some point in the near future. Would you be agreeable to that?
I thought it was pretty straightforward because it's just a request for a study to get started.
Well, people are going to want to know it's a study of what and where.
For a library, well, we don't have a where, and that's what the motion is for, that we're lacking a, well, may I start speaking on this item? Or?
Well, let me just also say we've, of course, got the matter of the climate action and adaptation plan, an update, and Councilmember Trezeder's memo was, I think, appropriately expressing some urgency and frustration, and I don't want to be unfair to her either.
Well, if that's the case, then you know what? Can we move it to the next meeting? Because
what does our agenda look like for the next meeting?
I'd be willing to move my memo to the next meeting.
All right.
My item.
Mr. Chi?
Apologies. We can certainly accommodate the item at our April 8th meeting, and with Mayor Ingram, what you mentioned, perhaps we sit down and we can look at what's coming, and if there is the need for a special meeting, consider that to be able to handle all the business before the council.
All right, I want to get all these things kind of handled in advance of the budget as well, because some of these things have budgetary implications for the future. Councilmember Treseder, do you wish to move forward tonight with your item, which was item 5.7, consideration of a request for a climate action and adaptation plan update? We could start that now.
Yeah. Yes, please. I'd be grateful. Thank you.
All right. If we started it now, my hunch is we're going to get somewhat into it, and I'd ask you to think about maybe we continuing it to the next meeting as well once we get into it. All right? With that, we'll move then to item 5.7. I'm going to ask the clerk, just for the record, to identify it by title and subject.
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Treseder for a climate action and adaptation plan update.
Thank you. With that, to the extent that the public wishes to get involved, those who are participating remotely can electronically raise their hand and be included in the queue. And we will take public comment perhaps a little bit tonight. With that, I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder, who put this matter on the agenda.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate the council considering this tonight. I just want to finalize that cap. We've had a draft of the cap for 2 councils. The council before the last council asked for a cap. The last council asked for a cap. And we've had a draft for quite a while. I just want to be able to tell folks, we have a cap. Right now we can't. I can't say that. I have to say we have a draft of a cap. I'm hoping this won't be too controversial. The draft is already made. To me, it looks good. I would love to just have an up or down vote on it, please. I know the mayor would like a heads up about what I would be asking for. The staff prepared a presentation, which I appreciate. They recommended 4 potential actions. I would prefer number 1, consider approval of the cap as developed currently, which assumes a 2040 carbon neutral date and 100% renewable electricity option, and direct that staff bring the final draft of the cap document back to the City Council for adoption in June 2025. And then also number 4, City Council provide direction as it relates to CEQA certifying the cap and cap-related projects. I'm not in favor of CEQA certifying the whole cap, but I'm happy to consider CEQA certifying particular projects in the cap. So, and I don't want to belabor it anymore. Love to hear from the staff.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure again to present to you a brief presentation on the staff's efforts in delivering to the city a climate action and adaptation plan. The city's been engaged in a really an extensive program in the development and outreach process to establish Irvine's first climate action adaptation plan. And when approved, our CAP is intended to house a roadmap of projects which, when implemented, would allow Irvine to meet ambitious greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Today, we're providing a quick update on the status of the CAP, work completed to date, and critical path items to publishing, adopting, and implementing the CAP. There have been many technical deliverables prepared over the last 3.5 years in this particular effort. All these deliverables have gone through several iterations and revisions based on feedback received by the project team. Implementation of the CAP will impact the life of every individual that lives, works, and interacts with the broader Irvine community. And given that factor, in December of 2022, the city began extensive stakeholder outreach to share details related to the cap and to obtain community input. There were 2 public workshops, 23 virtual and in-person community presentations, 5 industry-specific targeted stakeholder meetings, hosting tables at various community events, and we conducted a robust interactive online survey to go with that. To date, the staff have presented on the cap to the former Green Ribbon Committee 3 times, the Sustainability Commission 3 times, and the City Council previously 3 times as well. The City Council awarded a contract, just by way of background, the Council awarded a contract to begin preparing the cap back in June of 2021. The cap development process was kicked off the very next month with support from Ascent Environmental as the city's consultants on this project. Again, in August of 21, the City Council adopted a resolution addressing climate change in Irvine's Achieves resolution, which states that the City of Irvine will endeavor to achieve a zero carbon local economy consistent with 2030 targets based on the most recent climate science. Staff and the consultant team analyzed a scenario to meet carbon neutrality by 2030. There were also 2 important changes in direction that staff received that has altered the project's trajectory and therefore a timeline for completing it. In April of 2024, at the Sustainability Commission, the Commission made significant modifications to the proposed CAP program measures and directed or requested that staff recommend to the City Council to meet a new target of net zero emissions by 2040, which was subsequently approved by Council in June of last year. However, and also in December of last year, the Council gave direction to opt down Irvine customers to OCPA's basic choice plan of 47% renewable energy, with the possibility of withdrawing from the agency completely in 2025. This placed a temporary pause on the finalization of the cap due to the implications on the greenhouse-related gas reduction. So by way of sector, in total, the city generates about 2.2 million metric tons of greenhouse gases a year. 51% of that comes directly from vehicle traffic trips originating here within the city. The next highest category of emissions generated in the city are from our buildings, specifically the electrification of all the buildings, either the residential, commercial, industrial buildings in the city. Together, they make about 88% of the total emissions generated here in Irvine. Solid waste is the next highest category at 7%. That is the refuse generated in Irvine that does end up in local landfills. A smaller percentage of that, 3%, is caused by off-road vehicles and heavy equipment on construction sites here in the city. And the least amount of emissions created at 2% come from various water well sites and wastewater treatment plants, which are energy-intensive uses. When we originally looked at the 2030 neutral analysis, we realized that it would have to essentially result in a complete transformation of the local economy. It was, as you can see in terms of what's been laid out here, the level of changes that would require, quite honestly, were just not doable. You can see that we would have to, in order to meet those goals by the 2030 deadline, you would have to retire over almost 200,000 light-duty internal combustion vehicles. You would have to add another 200,000 of zero-emission vehicles, retire another 13,000 heavy-duty vehicles as well. You're installing over 160,000 private level 1 and level 2 EV chargers, public fast chargers as well, and over 6,400 level 2 EV chargers. So based on these factors here, we realize that especially with vehicle traffic representing half of the emissions in the city, we would have to relook at that particular goal. Same goes for buildings, in particular in waste as well. That would have required us, 60% of the housing units in Irvine's use natural gas as heating fuel. We would have to electrify these homes at the rate of about 6 years, at a rate of about 11,000 units per year. All appliances in homes and end users would have to be electric by 2030 as well. That's all your indoor cooking appliances, both residential and commercial, clothes dryers, outdoor grills, outdoor heating units, fireplaces, and your swimming pools and your spas. So again, these were very significant requirements to meet these particular goals. And as a result of that, the City Council, in consultation with the Sustainability Commission, made the decision to go into the 2040 updated carbon neutral goal. This was done in June of last year. And so subsequent to that determination, staff updated the CAP analysis with the following assumptions: that we were now targeting a 2040 carbon neutral goal, and that we would have Irvine electrical customers enrolled in the 100% renewable energy program through OCPA. Through various stakeholder engagement, the current draft of the CAP has evolved to include 54 sector-specific measures with over 195 actions that map out an aspirational but still an achievable pathway to realize aggressive emission reduction goals. These changes have been made as a result of public, stakeholder, staff, and city commission input. In addition, new state legislation and court rulings have changed the sustainability landscape, with several project measures having been modified to accommodate recent changes in law. Sorry, backed up. So it also, in June 24, another important decision that the council made was to develop the CAP as a program document and not as a regulatory measure. And as a program document, each project that it required, it would be implemented via a separate CEQA analysis process. The benefit of a program document is that it provides the City Council with added flexibility to adjust and modify and institute projects as needed without a requirement to update the overarching CAP document. However, as a regulatory document, as a CEQA certified CAP, that would make that document into a regulatory requirement. And most importantly, failure to achieve GHG emission reductions in a CEQA certified CAP could potentially result in the city being vulnerable to legal challenges in the future. Those legal challenges could, of course, then prevent the implementation of future programs and developments, and or the issuance of permits, and really stall our efforts in implementing the programs outlined in the CAP. The 2040 carbon neutrality analysis, it essentially gets us to where we want to be where we're seeing in the target, and within this particular scenario, assuming at 100% renewable choice, we would meet that 2040 goal. The OCPA decision in December did complicate that, however, and so we had been intending to bring the CAP forward for formal adoption in this part of the first half of 2025. However, in December of last year, Council voted unanimously to direct the following with respect to OCPA, and that would be to withdraw Irvine from the OCPA at some point in 2025, transition all Irvine electricity customers down to the basic choice level, and then directing that Irvine's OCPA directors take all the necessary steps to protect the City of Irvine's interest as they relate to operations, management, and finances of the existing ongoing OCPA operations. Given the move to transition Irvine customers to the basic choice, which is the 47% renewable option, we paused the CAP at that point. Our work had been predicated on the 100% renewable option, so this change meant that the 2040 carbon neutrality date was no longer achievable with the document that we had already prepared. So just by way of reference, we have obviously the two main power providers available to us, obviously the legacy provider of SCE. On the left column, you'll see the various programs that they offer. It should be noted, however, they are not currently accepting any new applicants for their green rate program due to capacity constraints. On the right column, you'll see what OCPA is currently offering. And the issue for us last year with the 100% renewable choice is that they are unable to provide this option in 2025 and 2026 without significant rate increases on all ratepayers. But of note, we need to, again, just note that under existing state regulations, all utilities, that's SCE, OCPA, all of them, must provide 100% renewable power starting in 2045. So all electricity providers, again, are required to comply with that legislation, and that's to provide renewable and carbon-free electricity. That's under Senate Bills 100 and 1020. These pieces of legislation provide procurement targets that increase in stringency over time, getting to 100% carbon-free electricity statewide by 2045. The state requirements are shown in the black dotted line on the chart, on this chart here. The SCE and OCPA, again, are subject to those same requirements. The OCPA offers several tiers of clean electricity currently that does surpass the state requirements, as shown here in the blue line. The OCPA's highest tier of clean electricity is provided through their 100% renewable choice plan, which has been procuring 100% renewable energy since the offering began in 2022. It's expected that this offering will continue, though it is currently not available as a default option for Irvine in 25 and 26, again, because of the significant rate increases that were required to continue providing that. OCPA's middle tier of clean electricity is provided through their Smart Choice plan. In 2023, their Smart Choice portfolio was 93% carbon-free, and their 2025 offering includes 55% renewable electricity and an additional 40% carbon-free for a total of 95% carbon-free power. OCPA's lowest tier of clean electricity is provided through their Basic Choice plan, which is now the default provider in Irvine. This has an electricity portfolio of 10% renewable, 27.5 nuclear, and 29% renewable energy credits for a total of 66.5% carbon-free electricity. All options eventually get us to the 2024. Some get us there a little bit faster, obviously, but ultimately these options, as we've laid them out here, do ultimately get us to carbon neutrality in 2040. As Councilmember Treseder mentioned previously, we do have some options that the City Council could consider. Option one, the Council could consider developing the cap or adopting the cap is currently developed with the 2040 carbon neutrality date and 100% renewable electricity provider. The cap could be then adopted as a work plan document, not a regulatory document. The approval of the cap, as staff has developed, would allow the city to continue working on delivering sustainability projects included in the cap work plan. Option two is to adopt the cap to reflect a 2040 carbon neutrality date with a 47% renewable option. That does require us to expand or readjust our existing work plan to account for the lack of 100% renewable electricity power. And lastly, the council could direct staff to adopt the cap with a 2045 carbon neutral date. That would comport with the state requirement for all electrical utilities already to meet with a 100% renewable energy mandate. And this option basically means that the cap work plan that we currently have can be developed with the projects as outlined currently, which would be sufficient, again, to meet the 2045 goal. In terms of next steps, staff is asking council for direction on these various options. If needed, we will continue to analyze the GHG technical analysis as well based on the electricity provider decision. And then based on council direction, staff can complete the final draft document. We can commit to releasing it for public comment within 30 days. Concurrently, we would prepare the implementation plan and the cost analysis for the various projects we've mentioned previously, and then we would commit to the council to return no later than June of this year with the final document for approval. And so that dovetails into the recommended actions and choices that the council can consider this evening. Again, consider approval of the cap developed currently, which assumes a 2040 carbon neutral date and a 100% renewable electricity option. Council can also consider directing staff to finalize the cap to reflect the 2040 carbon neutral date and a 47% renewable electricity option. And staff could also, or council could also consider adopting a cap that reflects the statewide mandate of 2045. And then, of course, also as council or staff is requesting direction from council as it relates to CEQA certifying the cap or individual cap-related projects. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions that council members have of staff at this time? There being none, Councilmember Treceder, what are your expectations for this evening?
Thank you. I'm hoping we can just have an up or down vote on the draft as it is right now, not as a regulatory document, but as a policy document. I am pleased to hear from the staff that even though we're on basic choice, we can still meet our goals by 2040. Thank goodness. Yeah, I mean, this draft has been out there for years now. Might as well just vote on it. That's my guess. That's my hope. Thank you.
All right. How many requests are there from citizens to be heard?
We have 17 requests to speak.
Yeah. My thinking is that the prudent thing to do is to take some public comment, but not have, look, this is a very, very important issue, obviously, and I think the council ought to be delving into it and doing a good job, and then voting on an appropriate motion. I don't think that's possible to do tonight. I'm ready to kind of begin this process. Again, ready to schedule a special meeting if need be to deal with this, but I'm very doubtful about the wisdom of voting on an up or down motion tonight. How many pages is the draft?
I believe we're about 85 pages.
Uh-huh. And it
Without the attachments?
Without the attachments. And then with the attachments and the 180 projects to look at and so forth, how many pages does it run to with attachments?
Probably closer to several hundred pages, I think, all in with the technical appendices and all that.
I will confess before the whole world, I haven't read it. I also promise you that if it were put in my hands and I was given the time to read it, I would read it. I would intensely read some aspects of it, and I'd be able to, I think, bring to the dais a point of view that that might be beneficial, but at least it would be an informed one. So again, I'm not taking an up or down vote tonight, at least if my colleagues insist, I'll take the vote, but I'll vote it down. I'm not going to just be rubber stamping something, certainly something I haven't read and understood. That's my point of view. So with that, well, I'll call on Councilmember Treceder, and then we can take some public comment. I think we should put a time limit on when we want to get out of here tonight. All right. Let's think about what we can do between now and 10:30. Councilmember Treceder, this is your item, and I want you to say whatever's on your mind here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will. So I understand the desire to read the draft thoroughly. I believe this draft has been in existence for about 5 months at least, and we discussed it in the last council, the previous council to this. I am not sure why we should delay it further. That is why I am interested in up or down vote and love to hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Very well. I'll call on Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, just briefly, I think I kind of am kind of closer to the mayor. I do want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak, and I want to hear from everybody here, and I feel like the public testimony is not going to be able to be, and again, and just speaking for me, I want to be able to process it. This is the kind of item that should be like #1 on the agenda, and that's no one's fault. That's just the way it works, and we all have equal opportunities. This is a big one. There's a lot of attachments. There's individual driving limits for cars and mandated solar and I thought it was OCPA 100%, but I can go back in and look, but I can't make, I don't know how informed a vote I can do. Concerned about costs, and again, this is just from a process perspective. I want to hear what everybody's got to say. I very often find new things and new things, and I'm moved sometimes by what people are saying. And you know, if there's a way to get here, I'd like to do that. I can't possibly see a legal. I know it disappoints a lot of the speakers, but I'm not going to be able to get to a legally, you know, enforceable, meaning, you know, get the city sued by climate action campaign like San Diego has been. That's just not where I would be. We're in a little bit of I would probably be more in favor of continuing it to the chagrin of everyone here. But we can hear testimony and keep going. And
all right, Councilmember Treseder, I'll call on you once again.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's always a reason to delay this, and it has been delayed for a long time. That's fine. I don't expect everybody. I think Councilmember Carroll voted no on the previous discussion of the last council. Just want to get these votes on record. That's all. Thank you.
All right, let's take some public testimony.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Eat Planet Thunderstriker, Doug Elliott, Emily Wynn, Tomas Castro, and David.
And we'll limit this to 90 seconds each.
At 11 p.m., City Council will determine which of the remaining blah, blah, blah. All meetings are scheduled to terminate at 12 midnight. So you just dropped yours, and you tried to do this because maybe I was going to do some public comments about, well, if I started talking to you last month and you didn't do anything, maybe that's understandable. But then I follow up next little bit later, and nothing happens, no motions or anything. That gives the appearance of racketeering and conspiracy. Today, the chief I had face-to-face contact with, I'm talking to the community outreach team, not a police officer. They said they can't take a report. So I was going to try to talk about some things like, well, the media collusion, that they're colluding with the criminal enterprise, that it's not negligence based on no direct conflict warfare with the hippies when we were a site that didn't lock our doors, dealing with what we have now, including the corruption that I was going to read, distraction from institutional negligence, political maneuvering, coordinated distraction, systematic failures of governance. That just happened with you. And how about the possibility that maybe the cartels are actually behind the scenes, they're supported and encouraged by their government, but at the face value, they don't do that. That is definitely possible. It's a way to do social engineering. And oh man, really? I mean, it says right here in the thing that everything is supposed to be considered up until 11, and you stop at 12. And what are you doing now? You're trying to get the public comments chopped off. I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
Thank you.
It's a citizen's arrest.
Doug Elliott.
Thank you for your comments, Mr.
You already know
Elliott.
about this stuff. I come in, I arrest you. Why is that person on my butt when he should be arresting you and you? He should have my back, not up in my face, wanting to arrest me.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm Doug Elliott, Community Services Commissioner, and in this context, I'll also add that I've been serving on the Community Advisory Committee for the Orange County Power Authority, and I want to acknowledge and appreciate the Vice Mayor contacting me last week and asking me to continue in that capacity. So, having said that, once again, I'm only speaking for myself. Climate change is here. The fires that devastated so much of the state, they're not seasonal anymore. It's a year-round danger. And it's not only California and the West. We're seeing reports of wildfires in Long Island, in North Carolina, and beyond. It's become a nationwide and continent-wide, probably a global phenomenon, and climate can't wait. It seems as though the city since 2021 has been kind of backsliding a bit in its climate goals. It slip-sliding away, as Paul Simon put it. So I would favor option one. I don't think we need to go back to 47% renewable option or delaying until 2045. Cleaner energy will be available.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Emily Nguyen.
Hi, City Council members, and thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me speak.
Why don't you, if you would pull the microphone down so we can hear you a little better? Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
My name is Emily Nguyen. I'm a resident and student at UCLA studying environmental health. I served on the Green Ribbon Environmental Committee under Irvine City Council about 4 years ago. So I was there for the passing of the Achieves resolution and the development of the CAP. And I can say we've been talking about it for quite a long time. I can sit here and talk about the horrific fire that we experienced up in LA, but I just want to say that we have had our fair share of fires here too, and they're becoming more and more frequent. So by adopting a plan as bold as option 1, I think that having something that we can mitigate and have control over, we should be able to implement that. And around that same time of the fires, I found out that I had developed asthma for the first time in my adult life. And so that is the same for many residents of Irvine, children and adults. And so I can say that acting now will prevent our condition from becoming worse. And with that, I urge Irvine to move forwards and also avoid withdrawing from the OCPA, just because it not only puts the CAP goals at risk, but also puts more lives at risk as well. No more delays. Our future is dependent on you, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Tomas Castro.
Welcome, Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Tomas Castro with Climate Action Campaign and a long-time resident of Woodbridge. I want to thank Councilmember Treseder for bringing this item forward. The last time this council discussed our CAP was in June of 2024. The 9 months that have passed since then have only served to delay the implementation of this plan. The CAP represents our city's strategy for addressing climate change. The more we wait, the more unready we are for the decades to come. There's no reason for further delay. I encourage this council to move forward with option 1 to implement the CAP with all deliberate speed. It also bears remembering that the CAP goals cannot be met without participating in OCPA. OCPA offers our city more renewable energy than with SCE. That much is clear in staff's own presentation. In the past few weeks, it came to light that our city manager has been playing games with our local CE, at whose direction we can only guess. We cannot keep undermining the climate policies designed to protect our community from the impacts of the climate crisis. Please move forward with option 1 and stay in OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
David, and if I could also call forward Uma Devi Rao, Kevin Lee, and Tiffany.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you. I'll keep this short and I'll keep this quick. You've been working on this since 2021. I've seen Irvine work on things a lot quicker than this, and I know you guys can do it for this item too. So I'll just say, adopt the CAP, do it as fast as you can, since you can do it for other items, and adopt the CAP with a 100% renewable electricity option, and that can only be achieved by being an OCPA. So I encourage you to stay in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Uma Devi.
Hi there, my name is Uma Devi Rao. I'm here to support the CAP. I believe that the CAP should be adopted with all expediency. I was lucky enough to be born here in Irvine, and now I've gotten my chance to move back out here and enjoy this amazing place once again. When I was searching for apartments, my mother commented to me about how 30 years ago, when she first moved to this country and was living here in Irvine, all the streets I saw before me now were filled with orange groves. I fear that by the time I am telling stories to the next generation, they will no longer be able to grow those oranges here. The implementation of a CAP is our opportunity to ensure that pollution does not go unchecked and that we work to preserve the city for future generations. In addition, I believe that we will only be able to meet the goals laid out in the CAP by staying in OCPA. The state of California is requiring a 40% pollution reduction by 2030, and one of the most expedient ways to achieve that goal is by using power from renewable sources. OCPA provides over 40% of its power from renewables, where SoCal Edison does not. Please implement the CAP and stay in OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Kevin.
Good evening, council members. I know it's really late, so I'll keep this brief. Please adopt option 1, stay in OCPA, because it will be the easiest way to keep our renewable options, protect Irvine residents' choice. I'm a longtime resident of Irvine in District 3, and would be really sad for my option to be taken away, and it would be very difficult for Irvine to maintain its climate targets by 2040. So thank you very much, and please adopt the cap as soon as possible.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Tiffany?
Good evening, Irvine City Council members. My name's Tiffany. I'm a researcher in the biomedical industry and a climate advocate. We the people need you to act with the urgency the climate crisis requires. There's no room for broken promises. Planting trees in Irvine is not enough. Solar rooftops are not equitable. Fossil fuels need to be reduced significantly at a faster rate. And as clearly stated by the presentation given, the best way to do that is through community choice energy programs like the OCPA. We're already seeing the effects of climate change with unprecedented wildfires, intensification of hurricanes, and record-breaking drought. It's not all doom and gloom, though. There are many possible outcomes. The good news is we already have all the technology we need for a livable future. We don't need to invent something new or gather more data to prove that the climate crisis is happening. What we do need is decision makers like you to do the right thing. So respect democracy, keep your commitment to reduce fossil fuel emissions at the rate we need, and stay in the OCPA and vote for option 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ankur. Ankur, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Ankur. I'm a junior at Woodbridge High School, and I know that myself and a lot of my peers in my school believe and know that the climate crisis is a huge issue. There needs to be urgent action to solve this at every single level, from the city to the national government. And we want Irvine to be a leader in sustainability for us and for our futures. I would love that the city strongly support OCPA so that residents can have a choice of cheaper and greener energy, but we cannot reach cap goals without OCPA renewable energy. In addition, I think that providing alternatives to driving in order to reduce transportation emissions is important, which is why I love Irvine Connect and other initiatives like more leading pedestrian intervals to make it safer so that people bike and take public transit and walk instead of driving. Irvine has the potential to lead the decrease in greenhouse gas emissions for the future, but we need to act now because the climate crisis is an urgent issue.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Dylan Slayton. Dylan, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you for having me. I want to highlight the importance of Irvine's need to speed the implementation of the cap. I have friends whose family members have died on the pavement from heat stroke. I don't want to be someone who has to tell that same story, but the climate crisis can change that. We have to both mitigate and adapt to it. And regardless, California legally requires us to reduce emissions by 40% at 2030. And at minimum, the cap should be updated as a part of the general plan anyways, and it would be shooting ourselves in the foot to withdraw from OCPA. I cannot stress this enough. Renewables are cheaper than fossil fuels, but we can't achieve renewables under a profit-based system. SCE won't achieve that for us. We'll still have more expensive bills anyways. We need a community choice power like OCPA to achieve Irvine's and California's goals. We have the opportunity to be a leader for Orange County. We have the ambition to do it, and we should do option 1 because of that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, members of the council. James from Woodbridge here. I grew up hearing that climate change was coming, that it was the biggest problem facing humanity, and I was aware of it on some level, but it had never hit home until in 2020, Orchard Hills had a major fire. And climate change was not just happening to someone else, it was happening to us. And the year after, the climate action plan got started. And here we are 4 years later, the fires in LA have just happened, and we still haven't adopted the climate action plan. We've had enough time to read, enough time to deliberate. The time to act is now. We need to adopt option 1, implement the climate action plan with all due haste. And as shown in the presentation, OCPA is going to be absolutely critical to achieving the climate and carbon emission targets that are being set. So please help save the planet, help save Irvine, and adopt option 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Masri. Melissa, you may unmute your mic.
Hi. Okay, so first of all, thumbs up. Definitely please pass this. Please pass option 1. I just want to mention a couple things. One, obviously the necessity for OCPA, as shown in your own slides, to be a part of this and to stay with OCPA, please, both for personal choice and for the need to actually do something about the climate. I'd also like to mention, kind of push back a bit on something one council member said about the commissioners maybe not being, very knowledgeable. All the commissioners that I've known and that I've met and worked with have been incredibly knowledgeable and have worked for years, more than some people on the council, in trying to improve urban planning and push for positive change. Finally, I would like to mention that if you want to look at the people who are most capable of speaking on this matter, I'm head of a science department with like 4 science credentials in California. And you have on City Council Dr. Kathleen Treseder, who is, and I'm just reading this off her website, off of the website about her, Professor, Ecology and Evolutionary Biology, School of Biological Science, Fellow, Ecological Society of America, Fellow, American Association for the Advancement of Science, Fellow, American Academy of Microbiology, PhD, Stanford University, Biological Sciences, research interests, microbial biogeochemistry, ecosystem ecology, and global change. So listen to the people who know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, how many more do we have left?
We have 5 that originally signed up, and then we have 4 additional requests that came in after.
Let's just go with the 5 right now. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Dee Fox. It's pretty clear that Kathleen Treseder initiated all these people to come forward here tonight. They want to talk about the wildfires. The wildfires started because of Southern California Edison. That was who's to blame for that. So to blame it on climate action, climate change, I just don't get that. And all these people say the same thing. They don't want to get out of OCPA. So you don't want to get out of an organization that is full of fraud and they're corrupt. So you just rather say, well, let's stay in there, for climate change. Well, that's not going to do any good, especially when we're not even getting 100% renewable energy anyways. These goals are just so unrealistic. You can't tell existing homes to stop using gas furnaces or gas stoves. I mean, that's never going to happen. Not in a million years is that going to happen. Stores aren't going to stop selling gas stoves. They're just not, and all this is going to cost, I can't even tell you how much money to go through all this. It's never going to work. It's a fake thing, and it's an illusion. And renewables are cheaper. You're right. So then why is OCPA charging more for renewables? That makes no sense. And then people want to blame the city manager. What for? City manager didn't do anything. You come with these allegations, but you have no proof of anything.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Craig Preston. Craig, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for staying late. I understand we all want to get home. Thank you to the staff person that spoke about how Southern California Edison is no longer offering renewable energy 100%. I've tried to get on that plan and was rejected, and so I'm glad that they are aware that SCE does not offer it right now. And in terms of the last speaker, I just want to say that the economics are a piece of this. There's science and there's economic science. And so right now we have a problem because we've been successful to wake people up on the need for green energy, but it takes time for them to build the capacity. And so that's why these prices have gone up temporarily, but we know that it's coming. They're going to be bringing that renewable energy price down. Thank you for your time on this. I'm right across the border in Costa Mesa, but you guys are a leader in Orange County, and thank you for your years of leading in terms of being city planners and doing OCPA. I'm very supportive. My niece and nephew are the most on my heart. I appreciate Councilman Carroll saying, let's care about our families, even if we want to get home tonight to them. I care about my family as well and want them to have a safe future in many years to come. And right now, speed matters. Just talk to anybody that knows about the Titanic crisis, that it's time to turn the boat and turn it fast so we can avoid the worst of the worst with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Casey Gallagher. Casey, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, my name is Casey Gallagher. As a climate activist and future environmental professional, I am disheartened on a daily basis as I watch our federal government slash transformative climate policies and gut the necessary regulatory agencies that protect our public lands. Every day, I see a headline that breaks my heart for our planet. Given these circumstances, I believe that local climate action is the last beacon of hope for securing a livable future for generations to come. That being said, I am advocating that the City Council direct staff to implement the Climate Action Adaptation Plan with no delay. I'm sure that the Council is aware that the state of California legally requires a 40% pollution reduction by 2030. In order to be successful in this pursuit, City Council must direct more people and energy toward the implementation of a cap that will achieve this goal. One way that the Council can work toward achieving this legally required pollution reduction is by directing staff to develop cap to mitigate emissions in the general plan update. Climate policy is most effective when there are active adaptation and mitigation strategies to implement. Finally, and I know you may not be happy to hear this yet again, but discussions of implementing CAP must recognize the necessary role that Irvine's participation in Orange County Power Authority will play in achieving climate goals. Remaining in OCPA will make achieving CAP reasonable, and leaving OCPA will make achieving CAP nearly impossible. Please implement option 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Harvey Liss, a longtime resident of Irvine and a licensed professional civil engineer. CAP has a crazy, wrong assumption that when a subscriber to OCPA is enrolled in 100% renewables, that it are actually contributing towards an energy contract that would put that amount of renewably generated energy on the electric grid. However, the grid is already saturated with renewably generated energy when the sun is shining, which is why presumably SCE puts people who want to subscribe to their 100% renewables rate on a perhaps now long time waiting list. To get more renewable energy on the grid requires renewable energy provided during the evening from solar panels with battery storage or hydraulic storage or wind power. And we're awaiting construction of those facilities. Now, I don't understand how OCPA was able to put more renewably generated energy on the grid while SCE, who has 100 years of experience with their own experts, was not able to. The answer is obvious. OCPA could not. It's a scam. I strongly suggest removing any perceived contribution to reducing fossil fuel usage by OCPA to zero. Irvine ratepayers have been paying roughly an extra $20 million per year to OCPA for so-called 100% renewables. I think it would be far better and actually accomplish benefit to the environment if the money would be spent on solar panels and battery backup with city subsidies than throwing away their money on OCPA. That would actually be 100% renewable energy. To have a real impact.
Thank you. Your time is up.
To impact emissions instead of
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ian Creation. Ian, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm Creation with Climate Action Campaign. I want to thank the staff for their steadfast work on the CAP and for persevering despite changing direction from different councils. I want to highlight a few things in this discussion. First, regarding OCPA, slide 12 shows that some of the problems with the discussions to leave OCPA. First is that SCE's basic product, it shows right on the slide, is much dirtier than OCPA's basic product. Also, the SCE's green rate product is not available. It's great to have that clear because we've heard contention about that in the past. Also important to note that SoCal Edison has increased rates 90% in the last 10 years. Irvine residents deserve a choice. Also, what is missing from these discussions of Irvine's participation in OCPA is the tens of millions of dollars in funding that OCPA will be able to provide Irvine in the coming years for all the things that Irvine is going to need to decarbonize the city, for all of the energy efficient appliances, for the batteries, for the EV chargers. How will Irvine pay for those without OCPA? The answer is they won't, that those programs just won't happen because the money won't be there. So also want to appreciate the council's deference to commissions tonight and point out that the Sustainability Commission last year recommended that the council adopt a cap with measures consistent with zero emissions by 2040. Irvine has now spent approximately $750,000 of taxpayer money on the cap. Laguna Beach recently finished and adopted their CEQA qualified cap in much less time than Irvine has been planning to plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the original requests to speak. There's 4 more in the queue.
All right. Let's take the 4 and then figure out what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Brennan. Brennan, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Implementing the cap for Irvine is not just necessary, it's urgent. As a UC Irvine student majoring in environmental science and policy, I'm deeply concerned about our city's slow progress towards its climate neutrality goals by 2040. Despite ongoing developments since 2021, tangible actions towards actual implementation of the cap seem to lag significantly. This is particularly alarming as we move away from initiatives like the OCPA, which support our transition to 100% renewable energy. Considering that building energy usage constitutes nearly 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions, this shift could undermine our efforts to mitigate climate impacts. Moreover, the potential withdrawal from OCPA is not just a step back, it's just a leap in the wrong direction. By my calculations, looking at the cap draft, leaving the OCPA could increase our CO2 emissions by approximately 185,921 metric tons, and potentially up to 426 metric tons if low and zero emission vehicle measures are considered. This is a massive setback in our fight against climate change. I appreciate the mayor's candor in admitting that he has not read the cap, but we're now 4 years into its development, and it's time for the city to take more decisive action. While I acknowledge concerns about rate increases associated with renewable energy, it's critical that the city also accelerates other measures, particularly in transportation, which is the largest source of our emissions. We need bold, decisive action now to ensure
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Raquel. Raquel, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Raquel, and I have a background in public health, and I understand the importance of prevention, whether it's in healthcare or climate action. In public health, we know that investing in preventative care saves lives and reduces long-term costs. Yet it's often undervalued because people don't see the immediate benefits. The same applies to climate action. We must invest in bold preventative measures now to ensure a livable future for our community. The extreme heat, worsening air quality, and growing climate threats are not abstract issues, they're personal. Irvine has prided itself on being a leader, but we're falling behind on our climate commitments. Climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a justice issue. The most impacted communities in Irvine, particularly people of color and low-income residents, are already experiencing higher pollution burdens. I urge that the council acts now, implement option 1 for the cap without delay, integrate it fully into the general plan, stay in the OCPA, and commit to real emission reductions. We can't afford empty promises, we need action now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Sid. Sid, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make this quick. I'm actually first time doing public comment. I'm a Seal Beach resident, and I actually am under SoCal Edison, so like I'm already facing like the devastating costs here in SoCal Edison, and I even installed solar panels, but it didn't drive the cost down. So I'm actually kind of interested in OCPA despite its own past. I think it can be fixed because like I know that Irvine actually created OCPA, so I'm saying just take care of your project, take care of your baby, don't abandon your baby, you know? That's all I have to say. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comments from Seal Beach.
And our last speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Carl. I'm glad to be the last speaker. I'll make it real quick. I'm a longtime resident of Irvine, and I also serve on the Finance Commission. As everyone knows, I'm a real advocate for the commissions, and we have a new council and we have new commissioners on the Sustainability Commission, and it would be, I think, vital to listen to their opinion. They can go through these hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation. That's what they do. We also have a consultant, and let's take advantage of what the consultant has to say. We're spending a lot of money on this program, and let's get our money's worth from it. So my recommendation is not to have a vote tonight. Bring it back to the council after sustainability takes a look at this. Thank you so much, and good night.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes
That is
public
all, Mayor.
comment.
Yes.
I see that Councilmember Treceder wishes to be recognized, and Councilmember Mai. Let me just say what my intention is. I'm gonna offer a motion to adjourn at 11 o'clock. And obviously, that would mean continuing this to an appropriate time when we can give it the appropriate time for further review and further public comment and final action. With that, I'll recognize Councilmember Treceder.
Thank you. I move that we approve the cap as developed currently, which assumes a 2040 carbon neutral date and 100% renewable energy option. Thank you.
There's been a motion offered. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Liu seconds the motion. All right. Would my colleagues like to speak to the motion? Councilmember Mai.
Not to the motion, but I would like to add some comments in general. Is that all right now?
You could do that, sure.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
been no call for the question yet.
Thank you. So all this came before the previous council, before we were here. 2045, we have a state requirement coming up, and as many of you know, I'm the vice chairman of OCPA, but I'm speaking as a council member here. But I want to make it clear that when we made a motion or when we spoke to withdrawing OCPA, it's not like we were able to turn off a light. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of procedures, a lot of policies to actually do that, and it's not going to happen overnight. People are concerned about that. That's one thing. And as we spoke earlier in the day, maybe 5 hours ago, Director Go, who is on OCPA with me, are working with OCPA in terms of finding out how they can contribute to Irvine meeting our goals as well. So this isn't an overnight thing. I'm not sure why this is the big discussion on this here, because it's not going anywhere for a while, and we're trying to work through it. I also want to say climate is an issue, and I believe climate is an issue as well. When the fires happened just months ago, I personally coordinated 15 trips up there to help people with supplies and clothing. One thing I also did not review this cap fully as well. It's a long, pretty huge regulatory document. And, one of the things I always look at is the fiscal impact. Maybe it's in there, maybe it's somewhere, I don't know, but I didn't see any fiscal numbers. We are elected to represent the people here. And a lot of the people that I talk to on a daily basis or call in or write me emails or I meet in person, they're very concerned about CEQA. And they're concerned about a lot of the regulations that are coming down. And these are people that they're low income, they're fixed income seniors concerned about what are they going to do after one of their utilities break. I mean, how they're going to be forced into this. There's a lot of miscommunication. There's a lot of things that, I know Council Member Treseder said that, she's agreeing with a lot of them, but not 100% of the items here. And of course we shouldn't, because there's some of the things are overreaching in terms of how many apartment units do we have in Irvine? 50% of people are renters. The landlords are going to have to upgrade their utilities. I mean, they're going to, not their utilities, but they're going to have to upgrade all their the water heaters, solar. I mean, there's a fiscal impact there, and I would like to see that as well. I'm just adding some commentary to that. Some of the things that I consider and some of the things that the people that I represent consider and would like to know more about before we do anything. I think that there needs to be a little bit more discussion than going into a rushed vote tonight as well. But I'll leave that up to my colleagues.
Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the Vice Mayor's concern about CEQA, and I want to emphasize that CEQA is not part of the motion. The previous council had indicated that we do not want the cap to be bound as a unit by CEQA, so I'm hoping that that's not a concern. Yeah, I think we all know on the council that the cap is on the table. It's something that folks discussed during their campaigns. We know that it is coming up. I assume I had thought that people who said that they really emphasize the environment and want the city to be the greenest city would be very motivated to read the document, the draft. Again, I'm not quite sure why that has not happened, but let's just have a vote on it tonight. I just would love to see where everybody stands on the council. And again, if we really want Irvine to be the greenest city, this is the foundational document to do that. It has many, many measures that could accomplish this, including trees, including expanding the number of trees. But this is way beyond that. And it is something that we should be doing as a city. We can't have it both ways. We can't say, yes, we want Irvine to be the greenest city, we emphasize the environment, and then keep delaying the cap. Thank you.
Let me just make a comment. I got a briefing from our staff about expansion of our transit system, Irvine Connect. Luis, are you there? Would you lower that screen so I can see your face? Thank you. You gave me an outstanding briefing. And one of the options was to take the success we're experiencing with Irvine Connect and to extend it. There are 4 different extension options, and looking at them, I was very, very impressed. This was a dramatic transformation of our feeble efforts so far to turn the corner on transit. That's something that's real. It's real, and it's doable, and we have identified funds that we can do it for. This is the kind of thing I want us to focus on. Adopting a climate action plan tonight doesn't do anything. It does not do anything. It's the hard work of implementation that makes the difference. Now, I don't know, maybe I've been asleep the last 6 months. Where is the plan with all the appendices and the 180 measures? Have you distributed those to the council?
No.
Hi, Mayor. Actually, we have only distributed it internally within staff.
Yeah. So we're being asked to vote on something we haven't even had the opportunity to read. I promise you, if I get the draft plan with the 180 measures and the appendices that really are where the rubber meets the road, I will read it. I will study it. I would feel like a fool just voting yes tonight as though we're doing something with regard to something none of us has read. If anybody else other than Councilmember Treseder has read this, I'd like them to raise their hand now. Have you read it? You read the whole thing? The appendices as well? Okay.
I'd like to speak to it.
All right. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor.
By the
Yeah, I
way,
have read some
let
of
me
it.
just say before turning to you, unlike you, I'm not only sympathetic, I'm actually enthusiastic about real implementation of a climate action plan.
I am.
But just saying yes tonight to something that hasn't even been distributed to us seems to me to be a very, very poor example of governance.
Apologies, Mayor. The CAP document and the measures were considered last June by the City Council, adopted and moved forward. There's an implementation plan and additional technical memos that we've been working on. Those technical memos, per the staff presentation, don't comport given to carbon neutrality in 2040, given the recent decision in December by the City Council related to OCPA and what our enrollment is. The recommendation that the staff put forward, I think that Councilmember Treseder's offering, is that we finalize, publish for 30 days. My understanding of the first option, Luis, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we finalize the document, publish it for 30 days, and then bring it forward. And so apologies, we haven't published the final document yet. Everything that we've been talking about is based off the document that was published last June.
Thanks. Can I go now?
Yes, Councilmember
Thank you,
Carroll.
Mr. Chair. Okay, so far be it for me to tell the truth up here. Yeah, I'm not for this. I'm not for individual driving limits for cars and forcing families in minivans to stop driving and have their car stop or whatever these advocates want to see. I'm against removal of gas stoves, gas barbecues, and gas fireplaces in single-family homes like my own. I'm also against, mandated solar for fixed-income seniors that will have to retrofit their houses for solar at 89, 91, 96-year-old widowers and widows trying to sell their homes and transfer title. I'm against a lot of it. But talk about being enthusiastic, Mayor. I'm not enthusiastic about political trap. So when I talked about track 1 and track 2, it is unequivocally extremely clear to me that Democrat council member number 1 is trying to trap Democrat council number 2. I don't want to be part of this charade. I want this I don't even want this continued. I want this off the agenda. I would like to move the table if someone wants to second that, because I'm not interested in this. It's 11 o'clock and this is a clear trap. No one on staff called me. When did you get the memo, staff? When did you get the memo to put the hundreds of pages of climate action adaptation plan that I've read, and correct, Mayor, I haven't read it recently. When did you get that memo to put this onto the City Council agenda in Irvine, California? When did you get it?
We received the memo last Tuesday.
So that's how many days ago?
7 days ago.
7 days ago. Okay. Okay. I appreciate all the public commenters, and I want to thank the mayor for taking every last one, although I would have taken it differently. But you did that. I also don't want to see you being trapped, even though you want to have a climate action campaign. So we'll see who really is consistent around here. We'll see who's really authentic around here by giving the mayor a lifeline and letting this person review it, as opposed to getting trapped into a silly vote. Because you know what I wanted? 20 minutes ago, I wanted to vote, and vote real no, real fast. I don't want to do that now. I want to table it. And when the mayor feels like it's appropriate to be held before the City Council of Irvine, he can bring it forward, or work with Councilmember Treseder and bring it forward. So no one can second this, but I move to table this item.
Well,
Can I have a second? Can I ask for a second? I move to table this agenda item.
Well, I need a clarification on
I have
a
a
parliamentary
motion.
procedure. I need some help here. A motion to table is not debatable, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. May I have a second
That's
on my
why-
motion to table this item?
Well, that's why I'd like you to, I'm not
Yeah,
going to.
it's not debatable. Could I have a motion, please? Would someone second my motion?
I have a second.
Thank you. Can I have a vote?
All right, motion to table is before us. Table indefinitely, is that correct?
Correct. Until someone wants to bring it before us, and we can bring everybody back. I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Okay.
But
We
I'm
have a
not
hard
ready- I'm
stop
not ready
at
for- I'm
11.
not ready
Motion
for
to
the
table
charade.
indefinitely.
I'm done with the charade.
With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes, if we get a chance to come back and review that.
You could agendize it for the next meeting, council member.
Okay.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
No.
Carries 4-2 with Councilmember Treceder and Mayor Agron voting no.
All right, the matter has been tabled. That concludes our business for the evening. With that, I'll offer a motion to adjourn in memory of Juanita Moe, who was absolutely instrumental in the wonderful bike trail system that we have today in the city of Irvine.
So moved.
I moved it.
Oh, second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, meeting's adjourned.